advancement of this district and the benefit of all of our community and fellow citizens. And Coorong District Council members acknowledge and pay respect to the Ngarrindjeri people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. We pay respect to all Australians who have made and continue to make a positive contribution to our culture and way of life in this country we live in and share together, Australia. Thank you. Next item is apologies. I have one from Councillor Maidment. At this stage, councillors, the next item, acknowledgements, I have none. Move to declarations of conflict of interest. Any councillors, anything to declare? I am going to declare that I am council's, for want of a better word, delegate to the Menangi Sports Group club rooms. The club, whatever we call it, incorporated, we're dealing with later in this agenda. But I believe I'm there as the presiding member, as a presence, not as a voting member. So I think I will continue to exercise a vote if required. Anyone else? Being none, we move on to number 4, recommendation. The first recommendation is around the minutes, including the confidential minutes of the ordinary meeting of the council on the 16th of September be adopted as the true and correct record. Councillor Qualman and Peach. Any discussion? Being none, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That's carried unanimously. And the minutes of the special meeting of the Coorong District Council on the 7th of October be adopted as a true and correct record. Someone move that way, please. Councillors Bland and...
Mayor, I'd like to discuss this.
Yeah, just give a second. Roundtree. Right. So it's open for debate. Councillor Peach.
Given it's a confidential minute, how do we proceed with that?
We're adopting the minutes. Have you got a question around its validity?
I certainly do. I think the minutes are a true and correct record of what occurred. I don't think what occurred was legal.
I don't think that by adopting the minutes you're endorsing it in that respect.
So can I have a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor? A follow-up question would be then, can it remain in confidence? Minutes.
Well, it does.
Just being just clarity, that's all.
Well, it just does.
Thank you.
With the 12-month cycle of review. Councillor Roundtree?
I thought when approving the minutes, we are endorsing those minutes as
so
it is accurate.
Councillor Peach said he didn't disagree with the validity of the minute.
Just the content.
I don't disagree that the record of the meeting is correct.
Okay.
I have an issue with the legality of what occurred in that meeting, and I won't be voting in favour of the minutes on that basis.
So, I suppose minutes aren't adopted, they aren't adopted. That's how it works.
Is there an issue, Mayor? Is there an issue if we don't adopt it at this particular point?
Just come back again.
So can I have a follow-up question? Before we put it, what is the process moving forward then in relation to Councillor Peach's question?
I would seek some advice outside the chamber on the issue, but given we're not in confidence at the moment, it's probably difficult.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, but at the moment we're only adopting the minutes, aren't we? We're not saying whether it was right or not. So if it's a true correct word of what actually happened, that's all we're doing at the moment.
But what if the record of what we did wasn't legal? And if that's a concern.
But it still happened. So that's all we're recording now. Is that
whose perception is that
happened?
I don't know. I'm just saying, but
That's right.
That's the question.
I agree with Mick. We just record.
We're only recording what happened.
Right.
Fair enough.
Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just remind the chamber we had a similar situation with the minutes of the audit committee, and it wasn't accepted. So this is a similar scenario. So we don't have to pass it if you're not happy. So simple as that.
Mm.
All right. Has everyone spoke? I'll go to Councillor Landon. So the recommendation is as it sees in your agenda, councillors. All those in favour? Those against? So that motion, hang on. 3, 4. That motion is lost. So councillors for it were councillors Arthur and O'Hara, and against were councillors Bland, Peach, Roundtree and Corman. Thank you. Move to item 5. Adjourned business, we have nil. Number 6,
Mr Mayor, could I just ask one question
about what?
about us not receiving the minutes? So anything that's in those minutes, we can't carry on with today. If there's things that are there that have been carried forward from those minutes to today, they're automatically
Only in
come out of the
relation to
minutes for
this,
today.
only in relation to that special meeting.
Agenda.
Only in relation to that special meeting, councillor.
What was your answer?
Only in relation to that special meeting.
Isn't in the agenda.
That's not, there's not others in the, at this stage in the agenda, I've seen. Councillors, we move to Mayor's report, but I'm going to ask Councillor Coleman to speak first. Councillor's put a fantastic report in on, very succinct, councillor,
Great.
on the 81st Murray-Darling Association National Conference held in Griffith, what was that, 2 weeks ago, which yourself and me travelled to with an extremely economical, about 750 kilometre road trip with hybrid Camry, one. So Brenton, Councillor, can you just give us a rundown of what we learnt, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. One thing I did learn on the way over and the way back is I've got to brush up on farming and local government and the trucking industry. Thanks, Mr Mayor. So now we got there after a long trip on Monday night, and we had to welcome everybody, a welcome little supper, we want to call it, and everybody. We were a bit strung out. Next day we had a nice trip, as you see in the report, visiting various facilities, and the world up there lives a totally opposite or difference to the way we live down here. And I was godsmacked, I suppose, by the amount of canals and channels and all this water, which is reliant on like a mini basin they call the Murrumbidgee Basin. So that was a real eye-opener, and especially visiting the largest irrigating farm in Australia. And as the report shows, that there were some interesting sites. The next day was conference, the first day of the conference. We had a lot of speakers there, federal and state ministers, local ministers. But one thing was a bit missing, Mr Mayor and members, was the absence of any Victorian representation regarding.
It was one.
I
Oh,
don't
one.
think they need to
Thank
be
you.
there.
And
We found him eventually.
so that was interesting, and because our next meeting is going to be held in Shepparton next year, so right in the heart of Victoria. So I would hope there will be some more positive representation from their side of things. And it was interesting listening to the pros and cons, and it was a well worth trip. And I'll probably go on the next one and learn a bit more and about our water management. And I suppose, in summing up, it's disappointing how long the Murray-Darling plant is taking, and that got a bit political. That seems to be taking forever, but there might be light at the end of the tunnel. Just hope it's not a freight train. So yeah, no, it was a good trip, and thank you, Mr Mayor, for having company and getting up and say your few words. Thank you.
Question?
Yes, to Councillor Coleman, yeah, or both of us, yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Coleman, did anyone actually know where we were? Where the Coorong Council is?
Oh, yeah.
Or the Coorong itself?
Well, that's a very good question. We did talk about that. We
Been
did,
there before.
actually, the Mayor mentioned sometimes, yes, we're the Coorong, you know, the ones right down the end, because I struck up a friendship with a lady from southern Queensland, which is right on the tip of the basin, and I remember her last time, and I had to show her on the map where we were, and she couldn't believe. She's looking at Queensland, there we are down here, and a lot of people didn't know the Coorong, and when we say the Coorong Council, and then we kept emphasising we're down on the lakes, down the right, because, yeah, most of the majority, they're all northerners, didn't know who we were, so we had to get it out there for sure.
Thank you.
Any more questions to councillor Coleman? I'll just add some. So also from South Australia, there wasn't a lot of South Australians, but there was yourself and
Yeah.
councillors Michael Scott and Millie Livingston from Alexandrina, Region 6, and that was all from Region 6, wasn't there?
Mm.
Andrew Tilley from Adelaide, and one's from up in the Riverland. To answer your question, councillor, a lot of people don't.
You
know where we
wonder
are.
After the drought, we've all got short memories, and we know that we're at the bottom.
We know, but they either don't know or
But that also comes along with us having to work harder about education, because if we don't have a face, and we found this during the Millennium Drought, we had no face. It took a lot of community and a lot of work by the farmers of our regions to actually get people down here on buses to understand what happens at the Murray Mouth and all the water coming down and what it services. And anything past my door from anywhere
is wasted.
is wasted if it goes past the door. And that's sadly how many people think. You kill a river from the mouth up.
Yep. No, I was pleased we went. I learned a lot about sort of irrigated farm politics.
Mhm.
And I would say also that the Griffith Shire is actually the Griffith irrigation area, basically. So that's really quite interesting. And I'd have to say that the Shire councillors were extremely friendly and courteous and informative to us,
Yes.
amongst others. There's a whole sort of dislike in irrigated areas around Adelaide's water, and they have no appreciation of it's more than Adelaide. It's basically South Australia's total requirement, which some of them were reasonably shocked and probably then more annoyed with, I think. There are some, and I did not know, but after we left Thursday, there was the National Irrigators Council meeting afterwards at the same club. This was actually the club area where they burnt the plan 15 years ago. I think we stood on the spot,
Yeah,
council,
but they
didn't we?
had the mountain of the plan.
Yeah, the
just
plans, and they
burnt it
kept
all.
themselves warm for a minute.
It was a bit like being a part
So-
of the Ku Klux Klan.
It'd be fair to say that some people, you're dead right, just want the water and us to have none. And there's a couple pretty hardcore people in that room. But look, if we don't continue to appear and perform, I think we're in trouble. And I think the Murray part of the Murray-Darling is somewhat almost set in its way now. Still got some buybacks, but they're probably the bigger concerns in the northern irrigators and the Darling, I think, in what will happen with more buybacks, basically. And there's issues of constraints and that. Well worth attending, basically. And we didn't have it, we'd have to invent it, is what I'd say about this organisation. So, any other questions to Councillor Coleman or around that? Okay, might revert back to my. Got a question?
Oh, no, I've got a question for you.
I just quickly might go through my report myself. South Australian Drought Advisory Group meeting, and there's a couple there on Teams. I've been advised that SAOROC has endorsed myself and Mayor Bill Gephardt from the Goyder Council, he's from Borough, to be on that on behalf of LGA. It'd be fair to say that the last week or two have probably brought parts of the state that thought they were left off the hook back to reality. But parts of the state think they're going really well at the moment. So we will continue on with that, and we will be continuing to push the state government to consider the proposal in front of us. And councillors, you'll see later today a Northern Areas Council proposal. I think we need to think carefully whether that cuts across the, at the moment, endorsed proposal from local government, South Australia. Council in the community session at Narang, really good, councillors. I think we do a lot of good by going out and seeing and visiting and that. East Wellington Water, we're dealing with that today. The National Drought Forum at Gawler, because it tried to rain there. I think I'm still one of only about 5 farmers in the room, which is always interesting. I think the federal government sees the amount of dollars in farm management deposits, which are a way of putting money aside for a drought, as a reason to give South Australia no money. That's become quite a blocking issue for the federal government and, dare I say, a reason for the state government to not offer more at this stage.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
How transparent is that? I mean, I understand that some farmers may have that. What percentage of farmers in South Australia that are in drought would have their access to? I think personal opinion, I know very little about it, is that utilising it, I don't think is a problem for those farmers. So there should be some way of differentiating the farmer that needs it and the farmer that doesn't. If that's being put carte blanche across all farmers, I think that may be just a little bit harsh. However, I don't know enough about it, so I guess I'm asking the question, how do you differentiate? Because I imagine there's a lot more farmers out there that's sitting than those who've got a lot of money in the fund and could be utilising it.
So every farmer runs different businesses in different business cycles and different family relationships, and it gets quite complex. My anecdotal evidence is that there is some people that have got money, they may be moving towards retirement, they might be sitting on it. There's also a large group that have effectively withdrawn their FMDs in the last 12 months. There's no particular way of anyone knowing that for sure until
Love it.
businesses' tax affairs are wound up next April, May. We get as a farm business to wind them up to see if whether they withdrew them in the 24-5 financial year. It's unfortunate it's being used as a reason to offer no assistance. If you think about other assistance offered to other groups, that's not mentioned at all, is it? This, for the purpose of this, it is being used. The conference was about drought policy in effect, and I think that was quite useful because a lot of our industry representatives come from the bureaucracy, and so there's a cross-fertilisation of ideas. And a bit of credit to all the state ministers and their opposites. They were nearly all there, and some made speeches, and they were involved. So was it worthwhile? Yes. Will they do anything? Probably not. They've announced a bit more increase in the RIC money, but the RIC money's you still have to borrow it. They don't give it to you. So. But from my point of view, the drought is nearly as hard as last year at the moment. It's continuing basically. Can't see rain out there, Councillor Peach. You promised it to me.
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
Christmas is coming. Algal Bloom Community Forum Menengi, I attended another meeting prior, so I thought that would be a relatively low profile function, but it was actually very high profile. There was a company managing the PR of it basically, so it shows the relative importance in politics of drought versus algal bloom, I thought. At this stage, we still don't know which direction we or the community will go with the algal bloom. We just don't.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, on that one as well, the algal bloom, because we did have one in the Coorong, the evidence that I'm told is that even though it has died off and broke up fairly quickly because of the winds, is that it's seeded, it's there, and subject to the right conditions, may or may not, bloom again. There are certainly grants offered to some of the community. It's not necessarily around the fact that they can't fish. It's actually around the market, because people, the initial scare tactics of being able to sell you fish and what they were receiving for the fish, didn't matter how much they caught, was ordinary to say the least. It didn't cover cost of transport to market, let alone fuel to travel further to catch. So there were a number of issues around that.
Yep.
So while the fishing was still reasonable in our area, it was the markets that were causing the problem for the fishermen.
We did put a submission into the state inquiry. Or it's hard to keep on top of which inquiry is going into after this. It's no doubt a bigger political issue than drought. My short answer. We're there, but I think we're in what I call a watching brief process of this one. At this stage, there was some report a couple of weeks ago of some fish floating around in the marina of East Wellington. I have got no way of knowing if that was reasonably accurate or not.
It's
So
quite
it's
possible. I had a heap of fish washed up on my lawn, dead fish, and I knew the local fisherman and asked him what they were, And he said they're bony brim, he said they do it every year.
Yeah, that's the
All right. and that
impression
was
I've had too.
the one described for East Wellington. All right, that's useful.
And that's down the river as well.
The last one I just want to talk about is just on the 23rd, the Country SA Primary Health Network Stakeholder Dinner, Murray Bridge. It's a big word. This is the federal body that tries to fill in the gaps in primary health in Australia. How am I going? I'm looking at the CEO. Is that about right?
They commission work.
They commission work. I think filling in the gaps is sort of the right word, which is very interesting. And Mayors Thorley and Bailey and myself were invited to that function. So I'm not quite sure what I picked up out of it though at the end of the day in terms of where, and we've got potentially a motion later today, councillors, and you'll see we have at the next meeting, the workshop after the meeting, 18th from memory. We finally found someone to come and speak about health services and where we might go. I know we've got a motion later today as well. Questions? Councillor Roundtree, you were going to have one, I think.
You've answered all my questions.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Same here.
Yeah.
Answered mine too.
I sat on the table at that network with the leaders of the doctors' surgeries, I'll call that. They had some very direct views about what needs to be done to make it better. All right, questions to me? More? Okay, Councillor Arthur, you submitted a report. You want to comment on any of it?
Not really. It was pretty straightforward. The only thing that I will comment is not in this report, but a wild dog meeting last Monday.
Yes, thank you. Yep.
Where some positive have been brought by the government through PIRSA about aerial baiting, Knockout Park, because of the new laws in Victoria where the dingo is virtually protected. And we got some figures from Victoria of about over the last 5 years, 190 sheep had been destroyed, eaten, whatever, by the dingoes. In the last 6 months, it's 12,500. At 1,200 have been attacked by dingoes. So it is a recommendation of the committee that we actually be reactive instead of proactive. So we start baiting the park and do not use fox baits anymore. We use dingo strength baits. Because if a dingo picks up a fox bait, it makes him crook, but he spits it out and he'll never come back and take a bait again. So, at this stage, it looks like the government's going to do aerial baiting. So that would be a great help to those people. And there are a few people in our side of the border are now having trouble with the dingo or the wild dogs.
Wild dog.
Yeah, yeah. And it has been interesting because PIRSA has actually done some DNA testing on them, on dogs that have been shot or caught, and none of them are anywhere near pure. Yet there is a push in South Australia at the present moment also to make them a protected species, which would be very dramatic for the sheep industry.
Yes, and the reports in Victoria are quite horrifying about mauling the stock. Okay, anything else in your report, Councillor Arthur? Sorry,
So
you're up, Councillor Roundtree.
Question to Councillor Arthur. What's triggered the change in the approach to dingoes?
Well, I'll help you. The Victorian government's made a decision that the wild dogs or whatever are endangered, and therefore they will no longer pursue a control process. I've got two members of different boards, I think, down the back. I think I'm right. And that is a political decision or a decision in Victoria, but you could argue a political one. It had no reference, and I'd be fair to say to our Minister, Claire, that she's done a pretty good job at taking them on, but they're in Melbourne and that's where the votes are. So the danger is they'll just walk across that, that particular dog fence that's not there, called the boundary of the states, and infect us. You talk to farmers. I talked to a couple at the drought meeting at Gawler. This is really bad because it's effectively stripping the value out of any land near the parks Also, that land is not the best cropping land, so therefore it's naturally grazing land. So, but that's, it looks like our state government is at this stage on board with
I guess
knocking them on the head.
just on that, there was obviously a report done about wild dogs and at some point to say they were diminishing in numbers. Like where did, I want to know is
In Victoria.
where did it start?
In Victoria. It's all a Victorian issue. And whatever reason, a group believes they're going to be extinct and they should be allowed to run wild. Probably not in their front yard though. Just
The fence is going up.
yeah, Tracy, I'm not knowing your voice is no good. Is it?
Or try. The Dingo Protection Order applies to northwest Victoria only.
There you go. So just so that everyone hears that, the Dingo Protection Order only applies to northwestern Victoria. How many marginal seats do you know there?
Do the dingoes know that?
I don't
Well,
know where the border is either.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got their,
Effectively,
I'm sure they've got their iPhones on them. Anyway, thanks, councillor Arthur. Is there nothing else? No councillor wishes to report anything at this meeting? We will move on. Petitions, I have nil. Deputations, at this stage I have nil. Councillors, I have approved a petition probably for next meeting from the Sandpiper Ski Club. Coming, deputation, get me right. Yeah, so I would trust they'll be able to turn up to talk about a couple of issues for them.
Mr Mayor, if I may have just foreshadowing, a couple of students from the Tintinara School will be seeking to do a deputation at the next council meeting as well.
So yeah, that's done there. We move to public question time, and the best, I'm sure, Danielle, there's nothing on that bit of paper because we have no public questions today. Councillors, we did shuffle the agenda for the express purpose of if people, particularly in relation to East Wellington Water, wanted to ask questions, deputations, petitions, we'd make that available before we made a decision. So at this stage, we have none. We move to 10.1, decision reports, community group loan policy review. Come up, not because of the next agenda item, but come up because it's due to come up. Is someone prepared to move that motion? Councillors Peach and Rowntree. I speak to it, Councillor Peach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This has gone through the governance committee working group. The conversation through that and where we landed was quite positive. I think it's a lot tidier, and there was a fair bit of work done around really trying to clarify policy and guiding principles behind it versus the eligibility criteria, because there was in the previous document there was quite a mismatch between the two categories. So that's really, we've really tried to draw that out. I think it's quite clear. I think it's fit for purpose, and yeah, happy to put it forward.
Councillor Rowntree.
No, just what councillor Peach said.
Any other councillors? Councillor Arthur.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to make the comment, why do we have to have this policy? Because we've got a policy now, and now we've got an addition in on page 26 on the computer. Council made discretion to approve loads which exceed. Well, why don't we just have a policy that every application is looked at on its merit and voted on by the elected members at the time? Why do we have to have a stipulation on that? The question that I put about, which is later on, about the Audit and Finance Risk Committee. They read the answers, and that really didn't answer any of the questions, and nothing in that has been, stipulated on. They are saying you can only do 100,000, 200,000 or 300,000. So I'm just questioning why you need a policy.
My broad answer would be, why do we need a policy on anything then? I suppose the policy gives the staff, when they're approached, some guidelines around where people might go, and also gives us as elected members some guide into where we can ask people to sort of push their projects. don't know, we're required in the Act or anywhere to put it in as to, I don't think we're not required for a policy here, but also, as you know, we are working and the Policy Review Committee, working party, are working through trying to catch up on reviewing all of our policies. I know, but we don't have to have it per se, but
It doesn't really answer the question because what we're doing now is it's going back to 2011. We're reviewing a policy, putting in something extra for a motion that comes up later in the same minutes. You know, I've got a problem with that.
yeah, I know you have.
Yeah, because, you know, like, are we going to change it back later like we did before? And
I can't answer
are
that.
we in that situation to be able to lend that sort of money? Because one of my questions, we had a finance manager sitting down there 2 months ago lecturing us about a $20,000 and a $50,000
I know.
community loan and how the process, you know, we were under pressure with finance and all of a sudden we're changing it to 150 total now. That's
your comments and your concerns are long noted, Councillor. I don't just disagree with your comments. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion or against it? There's none. Councillor Peach, you'll close.
Yeah, in closing, Mr Mayor, I'll just say that I'm hopeful that this policy will now stand the test of time because I take Councillor Arthur's comments about a historical incident when it was modified to suit a particular purpose. And I think the policy as it stands now gives us the scope as a chamber to have that discretion outside of it without needing to go and revisit it. The $150,000 combined maximum of interest-free loans does carry over from the previous policy. And I think we've tried to, and I'll just comment on this, like in the instance where a loan is applied for or goes over the $50,000 limit, there are now a number of other criteria that are in place to protect council, whether that's around a risk assessment, whether that's around council looking to take for that organisation to have insurance to cover a default on the loan. There's a number of other criteria that have now been put in place that should give us the confidence to go forward with it. So I'm close in support.
Thank you. Okay.
One other
question.
Just one quick comment on that. Why have we got the loans at significant amounts, generally exceeding 20,000, predominantly for capital improvements? Why is that in there? Should take that out because it's not capital improvements. You're saying 20,000 is significantly, it'll be for capital improvements, but on the other hand, it'll be all right if
you're entering back into debate, Councillor. I'll wind it up by saying that good policies are a good base to start things, but it should not stop council making decisions for the betterment of the community. Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. So Councillor Arthur voted against it, but 5 councillors voted for it. Okay, number 10.2, community group loan application, Meningie Community Sports Group. Councillors, as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, I am attending this committee meeting and I'm looking at Henry, the chair, who's in the back in the gallery, as effectively an observer. So I feel that if I'm required to vote, I will vote. Noting today that you're 6 of you. I just foreshadow that to be fair. Righto, there's a recommendation there which has been through several processes. Is there someone prepared to move it? Councillor Rountree, are you moving that way?
I am.
Just get a seconder if someone wants to second it. Councillor O'Hara. Councillor Rountree, you can speak, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have been through this a number of times. I think this sporting ground is going to be a fabulous asset for the region. A lot of work. We're not giving them more than we've given to other groups with the interest-free component. And Audit and Risk have had a look at this and don't see any great issues. So I just think we just now and approve this part.
Thank you. Councillor O'Hara as the seconder.
Yeah, I haven't got a lot to say that hadn't already been said. I think it's a wonderful wonderful thing that you're trying to do. And we're not going outside our policy to give them $50,000 interest free. And as far as I think Henry will tell us that they're prepared to pay interest on the 150 and pay the interest money back first, which is what the recommendation says. So yeah, pretty happy with it.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor and members, I have concerns with 200,000. In the financial position that council's sitting in, whilst I totally agree what you said, this would be great for the community and it's a well presented report, we've got some considerable headwinds that we've got to master, and that being the Narung Jetty, Meningie Community Library, deferral of rates and the drought, East Wellington scheme upgrade. All these, and plus adding on another 200,000, I have concerns gravely of affecting our projection of the long-term financial plan and maintaining our 100% asset renewal and keeping up depreciation in place. I also feel by committing more money, we'll have less cash flow and other projects will get pushed aside, for example, the footpath expansion scheme. So I'd be happy with 50,000, but not 150, because I reckon this will be the straw that may break the camel's back regarding council's finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other speakers for or against? Councillor Bland.
Firstly, I'm for. I just want a clarification in the wording in point B. And I was on the audit committee, so I'm aware of why we've put that in there. It says any successful grant receipts achieved by the Meningie Community Sports Ground be utilised to pay back the loans where possible. I'm not sure that I understand where possible mean. Is that saying that if there, let's say there was a specific loan that was particularly for an item, lighting towers, whatever, that's the where possible?
You've answered your own question.
Just wanted to be very clear on what where possible meant. Thank you. And I'm in favour. So.
Yeah, Councillor Peach.
I'd like to propose a variation to B, and that's that if that was the case, that those grants would come off the interest-free component of the loan.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So I'm proposing that if a grant was achieved by the sporting group, and it was given to council, that amount of money comes off the interest-free component of the loan.
I assumed that.
Took the words out of my mouth.
The interest-free component being the first, we could add that on.
Just word that for me on the screen.
It does say with the interest-bearing principal to be repaid first. And
Correct. And that's from general funds, but if a grant's achieved,
Comes off that.
then I would say it would come off the
Yeah.
interest-free component to council.
That'll be clear for council and staff.
The interest-free component first.
Something like that.
This is outside of the ordinary process of repayment, I suppose.
Is there any discussion in audit and risk around that?
My suggestion was going to be exactly the same, Mr Mayor.
I'm just looking at, I think I've got two councillors on audit and risk.
So Mr Mayor, if I may, the conversation at audit and risk was around.
Oh, you're on there, sorry, yes.
Yes, if I may, the conversation at audit and risk was really around the policy stipulates that the maximum interest-free loans the council will distribute is 150,000. If we were to do more than this as an interest-free proportion, that would really severely limit any other community organisation from being able to apply probably for the next 8 to 10 years. And that the balance between interest-free and interest-bearing was appropriate in that $50,000 was the limit in the policy. Therefore, that shouldn't be exceeded as an interest-free component. So I think that was where the conversation went.
Correct.
In audit and risk.
Okay. Who wants to, so that's a variation and if I can read it. I'll read B. Any successful grants receipts achieved by the Meningie Community Sports Ground be utilised to pay back the loan where possible, and that repayments are attributed to the interest-free component of the loan in the first instance. That last piece being added. It's a variation by Councillor Peach. Councillors Rountree and O'Hara are the mover and seconder. I'm looking if they agree to that.
I do.
They both agree to that, but that's variations in place. Who else wants to speak? Good. There's no one else. Councillor Rountree, you'll close.
Closed.
So the motion has been varied a little fraction there, councillors and the public, but substantially the same. Still not quite. Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Sorry, Councillor Arthur, you voted for that motion.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. So it's carried with Councillor Foreman voting against and all other councillors voting for. Thank you for that, councillors. And I might just say thank you. Henry is in the gallery. Thank you for the enormous amount of work you've led and the committee's done. Hope we can get to the next stage in this. I attend some meetings, as you know, but as you would be well aware, the workings of local government sometimes are frustrating for the pace at which the committee wanted to work. And I thank the staff, and I see they're in the room, but the amount of work they did getting this to this point. Just come to the mic, please. Councillors, I have struggled with deciding whether the chair of this committee, which is not a council committee, can speak at the meeting, but I don't think it's inappropriate to just say something now.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, I just want to acknowledge council's support on this. Look, it's a big project. It's must be one of the largest sort of voluntary community proposals, possibly in the history of the council. And it's going to be, quite something if we achieve this. So it was essential the council is on board with this for it to go ahead. And by the motion now being passed, that's indicated that council is on board. It's going to be really positive for us going forward when we actually start to putting in, get our plans approved and start submitting for grant applications. Because if council's not on board, we're wasting our time. So I'd like to thank everyone for their support.
Thank you, Henry, very much.
Henry, well done.
Henry pointed out to me some time ago, he said no projects of this consequence will go forward without local government support, at least in the initial stage. So I'm pleased we've got to this point, as long as it took. And a premiership.
Yeah.
At Taylor, even better. Right, thanks, Henry.
Thank you.
Okay. What are we up to? Number 3. Just perhaps as a précis to this, I'd like to acknowledge a lot of people around East Wellington Water Supply Project. This has been a project for some of us that have been around for a long time, probably 20 years, trying to work out an answer to get us to this stage where we've got an offer in front of us that I know some people don't think is very good, but we need to make a decision. I don't think we'll see this sort of offer again. So I'd particularly like to start by acknowledging staff in this building over a long time, but particularly in the last 2 years at all levels. It's taken a lot of the energy of this building in the last 6, 12 months, I'd say in particular, to get this to this point. I'd also acknowledge all the councillors over the years that have searched and looked and tried. Looking at Councillor Bland, we did over many years to get us this opportunity. Acknowledge SA Water, who during COVID were struggling, it would be fair to say, to get back to us, but have definitely come on board, and state ministers involved in I'd probably acknowledge the now retiring Deputy Premier Susan Close in this debate. I'd also acknowledge that not everyone is happy at East Wellington about the proposal. I think that'd be fair to say. And particularly, unfortunately, we're asking for a quarter of the cost of this to be funded by them. And I'd also note that there is some work being done by some people around how the grants were divvied up, or not divvied up is the right word, how some people perceive that we didn't get all the grant that a press release promised. What I would say is if for some reason, and we're very confident at the executive level at the front here, that we couldn't have done anything anymore, that if for some reason someone comes from the state government and gives us more money, or the federal government, this will be allocated against this project. It'd be fair to say that while we would be effectively striking a rate today, it does not come into effect till next year. I'm looking at the rates officer again, who gets the hard part of this deal. Therefore, is effectively subject to next year's rating process, I might add. So I acknowledge all those complications for trying to get this project up, which is a bit of an unusual one in terms of us transferring an asset to a state government corporation. Positive sides, and councillors, you were probably not aware, we had another power failure on Saturday at East Wellington Water, which also was a failure of the telecommunications from one of the telecommunications providers to tell us that we had low water, which only reinforces moving to SA Water would be more reliable. And so we get potable water, and perhaps the other thing I would say is that there are some concessions available for concession holders for SA Water's bill, which is not we can't make available. The last thing is there is some options, councillors, in terms of how we ask the public to pay for this in your agenda. I think they're all worth consideration in this meeting, and we'll probably, I might just have a 15-minute suspension of meeting procedure in a minute. The last ones I want to thank really is the people of East Wellington. This has been a very hard project of expectation and promise and maybe and grant processes, and people saying that we should have done things different 20 years ago or 10 years ago. I suppose at the end of the day, it's up to us basically today to make a decision on which way to go. It's the first time in my time as an elected member in this chamber, we've got the opportunity to make a decision around improving the water supply there. As councillors resolved to say 15 minutes, it's a very important this decision, to, I suppose, comment, discuss that. So we resolved that we have a 15-minute. I always forget the words actually, don't I?
You don't need to.
No need to resolve.
No need to resolve. Well, at 10:52. Righto. Councillors, I'm going to take Councillor Roundtree first because she was ahead of you. I didn't see that.
Thank you, Mayor. It was going to be my view, well, it still is my view, but I was going to move it that basically today we just look at moving recommendations 1, 2 and 3 only, that we receive the report, receive the submissions and agree to proceed. But as far as how we work out the details, I would like that to have a lot more thought put into it than what we decide today, because I've got some ideas that I would like to discuss, but not like I'd like it to be in a workshop, not so much in this meeting. We've got a little bit of time up our sleeves. So if we could agree to maybe go ahead and proceed, but the detail of which we could still nut out through some more discussion.
Yep.
That's my view.
No, it's fine. Let's start something. Councillor Corman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My view is after attending most of these community consultations, especially the last one, we started off a little bit negative, but ended up very positive, because I think most residents feel that it's for the betterment and more betterment of everybody, and it ended up positive. But a lot of approached me and said they had concerns about the repayment and affordability. So I'd like to see council's consideration for option 2, which is the 3-year mode, and that's a financial implication is about extra 9,000 K. So I'd like to see that one in consideration. Thank you.
Okay, other councillors, Councillor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got something to say and then a couple of questions. So point 4, I'd certainly be proposing a variation or moving slightly differently, that reads, determines that a rate-payer contribution of up to 2,750, which would be far more consistent with what we actually said when we went to community. If we lock ourselves into that now, it just goes against everything that we said during that meeting. So I'd certainly propose that that's the case. I think I agree with councillor Coleman that the 3-year option, particularly after reading the feedback, is probably where we need to be, but certainly have that upfront option available. And thank you, councillor Coleman, for pointing out the $9,000, because that was one thing I was going to ask. The interest cost estimated at $45,000. I was going to ask what the difference was between the 2 years, rather. And I would presume that's saying that everybody's going to be on that interest. That figure is based on nobody paying up front.
Worst scenario.
2 further questions which have arisen out of the feedback from ratepayers. One, was a letter ever sent saying that there would be no cost to ratepayers? Because it's been mentioned about 3 or 4 times.
So there was an email from a resident asking about a connection fee, which was about to their home. There is no connection fee to their home. I could have been a bit more explicit in saying that, but there is contribution to the actual transition with the pipes and things. But the question was actually about the connection fee to a home.
Thank you for that clarity, because I think that's important we get that on the record. Because, as I said, it came up 3 or 4 times in comments. The other question, just for my own understanding of the historical aspects around this, reading through those comments, it seemed to indicate that 20 years ago, we had a chlorination system as part of our water delivery project out there. It was raised a number of times, and I hadn't heard that before. And I've just wondered.
I don't know that there was ever such a thing, but there was possibly a proposal to do as such in conjunction with one of the developers. Yeah.
Right.
So councillor, I'm probably the oldest in the room. Yeah. Apparently was, but it never worked. Apparently, I'm saying apparently because it's on my memory now. It never worked appropriately and was removed.
I don't remember at all.
Is that councillor Bland?
I'm not.
And we're talking about pre-97, I understand.
Yeah, see, I'm actually not 100%
Councillor,
certain now.
there's probably been 3 or 4 incarnations of this pipe system, this water delivery
And a number
system,
of developers.
and a different number of developers and a different number of covenants and requirements, rightly or wrongly, some through Planning Act, some through Department of Health, some through even perhaps council having a say occasionally. I'd reiterate that I can't change what happened last meeting, but we've got a proposal in front of us today that can go forward. But yeah, you had a second question, councillor.
That was my second. One was around what correspondence has been sent, and the other one was around chlorination.
I'm not here to, before Joel's time, he probably wasn't quite born. But that was my understanding that initially that was what happened. But I think we need to move on from what was to what can be. Okay, I'm still in just an open session. Councillor Bland.
Just listening to the other councillors' discussion, I guess if we delay moving this forward for further discussion and don't make a complete decision today, what does that actually do?
One of the things is that we won't be able to commit to SA Water to start the project because there will be no financial, as Councillor Roundtree is suggesting, not going forward with how the project will be funded. We won't be able to sign a contract with SA Water to start. So, because we need to be able to come to them with a confirmation of funding opportunities.
So furthermore to that, Mayor, then how long have we got? I mean, I feel this is a really big decision and a lot of things to consider here. Have we got at least 1 more month up our sleeves before we have to sign?
So SA Water, I would say through you, Mayor, has been very generous in giving us time. They were ready to start probably 6 months ago when we first had the discussion with them. And once we described the consultation process with them and that we would be coming today to the, because the rates officer has done an incredible amount of work with the finance officer around how the funding would work, and they're ready to start. So it's up to you, councillors. I mean, SA Water will start when we're ready. They have basically said if the motion is passed today, they're ready to start and have most of it in the ground by Christmas. So but there's no time in that sense.
Could you explain again how the perception of the community that think we've got 2.4 million and they're having to make up this shortfall? Can you explain that situation again?
So there's some concern ratepayers continue to pursue that to today in discussions with the present departments, both federal and state, and I acknowledge them. And the way we understand it is that the federal and state ministers made a joint press release around what was partially federally funded process, partially up to 50% as a general rule. And as happens, the state and the federal government like to take credit for each other's money. And we get stabbed a bit. And we believe that the state, and it would be fair to say the state, is not putting in cash here through that press release. How am I going?
See, true, Mayor.
True.
So they lied.
No.
No, be very careful. We
I
think
would
they.
not suggest that.
We think they.
Just Eric.
Well, you're at liberty, I'm not. The second point is, and this is where it gets confusing, and I need to explain this. We then looked at where else we could start to make this money up, given that we'd had an indicative idea of the money that it would cost to do it back 18 months ago, 12, 18 months ago, we had an indicative amount. And it worked out that one of the sources which we actually couldn't necessarily allocate anywhere else at that point was money we'd set aside during COVID, which the state granted us for heavy vehicle intersections on the 3 highways. And for whatever reason, we were unsuccessful in 3 attempts to actually get that money built up to the point we could use it. Given that we're probably the only council left with that money in that kitty, and it was a state treasury decision, we felt it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask them to reallocate to that. And that's that work that came to you only a couple of meetings ago, which they reduced away from that total amount as well, I might add.
From the 2.4?
No, from the original 900,000 back to 750,000 due to their criteria around that grant. Very important that that grant is a totally separate process to the initial announcement of 2.4.
So is that 200,000 difference part of what we have to make up through the fees that we want to charge?
That's the total, yes. We, through you, Mayor, we were working on 900,000 being that separate grant coming from the state. It also had a 50-50 contribution component, and we tried as hard as possible to get the council's contribution to 50%, but we couldn't quite get it to that point, which is why the 754,000 came into play. The balance of that grant is still available to us if we want to use it for something else, which is what, about 140,000. Again, we'd have to demonstrate 140,000 from council. So that's just sitting there by the side. And the Mayor's right, there were 2 different buckets of money, completely unrelated. We've always, with the 2.4, the quote in the actual press release says an investment of 2.4 million. It doesn't say it's the grant amount. It says it's an investment. So lots of Commonwealth governments state the total amount of the investment in the project, which sometimes does not bear any relationship to the amount of the grant. What they're talking about is how much money will come into a community, which rightly or wrongly is how it's done quite often. And at the point when that press release came out, it didn't seem to be appropriate that we challenge that. We were quite happy to get the money, bearing in mind also that this grant is tied to a grant with another council, and the state government worked very hard with us to make sure, because we were the most unknown entity in the grant process and the other council were ready to go. So they structured the grant very favourably for us so that we could be at the bottom of the line, so we never jeopardised the other council. As it turns out, we're ready much quicker than we thought we would be, but we didn't think we would be ready until 26, 27. And the state and Commonwealth were quite happy to structure the grant that way. We were keen not to jeopardise the other council's grant in any way, and that was achieved. We can't change how the announcement was made, and I know that, as the Mayor said, there are some people who think that we've either put the money in our back pocket or that we've been gypped by the Commonwealth government. Neither of those things are true.
I appreciate that clarification because I think it's useful to have that on record. And if this comes up again, we have a bit, I understand what you're saying. That's very clear and that makes a lot of sense.
To come to your point, councillor, if we perhaps don't make at least a commitment today to the dollars, given that you know, is in a budget process next year, I think we wouldn't better go ahead with it. And I just come back to the.
Is there flexibility going forward on that, Mayor, if we do decide in a month's time? So if we commit to an up to an amount now?
Yeah, well, no, if you were to adopt the basic genre of the recommendation today with the financial commitment, staff will go ahead and.
We're saying up to 2,750,
that's-
that gives them.
As we committed to in the pub, if the bill comes in at less than that, the bill, that process job would drop.
Sorry, just through the mayor, I think if we were to defer or postpone a decision around the charge, probably the one risk, and even though we've sort of formally accepted the SA Water's offer, we're probably starting to really hold them up in terms of deliverable, and they'd probably be entitled to come back. You've held us up 3 months, whatever it takes, we reserve the right to reprice the works. So that's probably a risk too. So it's never going to be as cheap as what it is now.
Yeah.
Build. So we kick the can down the road another 2 months, 3 months, we'd probably start treading into territory where we can't guarantee that number from SA Water anymore. I mean, they're doing their best with their contractor to, or they would do their best with their contractor to hold that price point, that there would contractually come a point where they'd say, look, we haven't held up our end of the bargain in terms of delivering this project as the principal. So
I just got to say again that the ministers in this case, but the ministers I think have pushed this along for us. I just don't want anyone to miss that point, that if this was just left to a standard SA Water arrangement with us, we probably wouldn't have had the imprimatur and the push, and
No.
I won't say the pricing, but the push to get to this result today. Councillor Bland.
So just trying to move this along a bit and listening to what it said, in 4B, where it has got two options of paying, well, three really, upfront and 2 years. If we put in 28, 29 as a potential offer in there, does that actually resolve some of the concerns in the chamber? So you put the 3 years in, but they still have an option of upfront payment, 1, 2 or 3, hopefully not many threes.
So I think you're right, councillor. I think there's probably two decisions that can be made in this order, perhaps. You help me out, I'm in your hands. One is, does council want to offer a one-off payment, pay it as per the recommendation, and even apply a small discount if they wish? I understand we can do that. Look at councillors, I see the staff's faces. That's my trouble. So, so that's perhaps your first decision, and I'll say that in this way: if a group of people, and I think there is a group of people that will be prepared to pay it, that makes it the decision around a 3-year easier than a 2. Follow my logic in the total amount of money outstanding. And the last thing I'd say is, there's some people that say council hasn't put anything into this. We've put extreme amount of time of this business in the last 3 years in particular, but we've spent over at least 200,000 on the studies to get SA Water to agree, and it's a large amount of money. So we as council, we are saying to the public, if we don't do this, we're going to have to increase your charges for the same ordinary water anyway. But that's the reality of it. Councillor O'Hara.
Yeah, I just, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the people of Wellington East to get good water. If anyone went there during the floods, the water was disgusting out of the Murray. And for $2,750, they're getting beautiful water. And I think 2 years is long enough for them to pay. If they have trouble paying that, there's options for them to come to the council and get help. So, I mean, I think 2 years is plenty of time for them to pay, and I'd be disappointed if a lot of them didn't pay it up front.
Agreed.
Okay. Councillor Arthur, I think we knew that.
I think the motion that's been put up by the staff, to me commended, and I think that's the way to go. We can only surmise that there'll be a certain amount of people that will pay the $2,750. We don't know how many, there may be none. But at least this is a true way of doing it. It gives everybody an opportunity. I think, you know, the big thing is we can sit here and procrastinate about how we're going to get the payments, but we've got to make a decision. We've got to make it today, because SA Water have been extending. I think the original was supposed to have been by September. So they have given us extensions to make a decision. And the thing about it is, if we don't accept this, make a decision, you might as well throw all that work away, because this opportunity is not going to come up again. This opportunity that we have been able to get federal money, state government money together to do this has been a once-off. And really, it is only because of a federally funded intersection projects that have fallen through that normally would have been taken away, that through the hard work of our staff, we've been able to maintain that grant and also use it on another project of great importance.
Yeah, and perhaps I'll come to you, councillor. I suppose the other reality is council could have chosen to pursue the $900,000 state money somewhere else.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
choice is that we are going to, at this stage, try and do it here. Councillor Roundtree, and then I'm going to try and bring this to something.
Well, I'm happy to move it now with the additions put in of the words up to 2,750 and the inclusion of the 20, did we not? I thought I saw it up there, 28, 29 financial year. If we can include giving those who want the option of a third year, I don't think many will take that up, but I think it's important when looking at those comments about some of the people that are going to really struggle to pay, that we at least offer the 3 years. And if we can offer the 3 year, for those who want it, I'm happy to move that motion as it sits.
The 2 or 3, it can't be a mix. Right.
No.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I know. So councillors, I'm going to, take your point, councillors. I think to make it possible to manage, we would have to decide on either 2 years or 3 in this format.
I'm happy to move for 3.
Yeah, well, it's just, and the second thing I'm going to just come back to as a starting point is, are councillors, the last time we've tried this, prepared to offer a discount to the people who pay in full in the financial year we're in now?
Yes.
Part A.
It's part A. So can I just workshop that little first one first? Now, you can work out the money whichever way you like, but try your 5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, councillor, yeah.
Could we not, in the spirit of what was already there, could we not give the option to opt into payment up front with discount or opt into 3 year, with the default being the 2 year? So if you don't respond, the default's 2 years.
We have had this discussion internally. It's quite difficult for the rates officer who has to apply this to do it. Look, if people want to pay out early, get your heart out, I suppose. I think that's how it works.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd rather see the other way.
Yeah.
Pay the 2,750 up front.
Yeah.
Well and good. If you don't, there's a bit of interest.
Yeah,
No,
and I need to do this a different way.
We're not far Christmas.
But we're not cruel either. That's
So, righto, there is, and it's probably the part we haven't emphasised enough, is the hardship provisions. So perhaps I might ask the CEO to illustrate how this might work, hardship provisions internally in the building.
So just as through you, Mayor. So I'll just the first one. So the first one with the A is the encouragement of people to pay up front, and the Mayor's suggestion about maybe some sort of discounting. We did a back of the envelope thing around discounting. If you put a small discount on it, it's probably going to be saved in interest rates, interest fees anyway. So it's probably line ball. We haven't been too precise, but we think it's about the same because we really don't know who will apply up front, but a portion of it, I think a portion of people probably will, just based on how people pay their rates now. If the more complicated you make the second part, the more difficult and manual it is for the rates officer. Nothing is ever impossible, but if you suggest that it's a 3 year payment cycle, it's easy. It's just distributed over the 3 years equally, and it's added to the rates notices, and it's a fairly easy transition. If you're suggesting that you do 2 years as a standard and a possible 3 for some people, you've added in another manual element so that once the 2 years have expired, we would have to do then a look at what's outstanding with the 3rd year for people who haven't paid and start to do something different with them. If at any point residents have financial difficulties, the hardship provisions that stand now, they can come and see council and work out a payment plan. So that is standard there as well. So in a sense, there's 3 options: pay up front, pay over 2 or 3 year period, whatever you decide, and hardship provisions as they apply to any rate payment at the moment. So there are 3 parts to it for any rate payer.
So can I just get people, you'll notice the staff have just put in I'm understanding the room is probably of the view a slight discount if you pay up front. Is that the general view of the room?
I'm more in favour of extending the 3 years than I am of the discount. I think the 3 years, I think looking at those comments, this is going to cause hardship for a lot of people, but being able to extend it over 3 years is more valuable than maybe a discount to those who can afford it today.
All right, so I have floated it before a minute ago. I'm going to look around the room because we're going to have to congeal this to something in a minute. And it may be broken up, it may be yet as the motion. Yeah, Miles.
Just on the discount, something that hasn't been talked about is the use pays principle. So if the 2,750 is the property owner's share to pay under the user pays principle, in my mind, if you're discounting that, if they're paying less, then who's paying the balance? It's actually then paid for by all the ratepayers of the districts. Technically, it might be the case that we're not a utility when that happens because SA Water own the utility. But I think if you come back again to the principle, user pays for the infrastructure that's being provided because they get the full benefit of it, not another ratepayer who's not in Wellington East. So just food for thought.
Right. Never simple, this one. Councillor Arthur.
Just one other thing, this is an encumbrance. Once this is passed, it'll be an encumbrance on the title.
Yes.
Yeah, so if the land sold, that's all got to be paid up, the same as
Any other rates.
anything else. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
I agree with Miles. Why should someone at Peak be subsidising someone at Wellington East? So I believe that 2 years is still the way to go.
I'm going to go around the room and try and congeal this down because this is hard work at the moment. I'm going to start with you, Councillor Qualman. Do you think a small discount is appropriate?
I'm not in agreement with a small discount.
No, yeah, sorry. I'm just going to read you a straw poll now. Councillor Roundtree.
If we get the 3 years, I don't agree with the discount.
Right.
2 years.
So no discount. Councillor Arthur, you're a no discount person.
Sorry?
You're a no discount person.
Yeah, no discount.
Councillor Peach.
No discount, 3 years.
Councillor Bland.
I'm no discount, but I am 3 years.
All right. Also, Councillor O'Hara, I think you've already expressed you're a no discount. So we can remove that little please the staff. So we move to point 2. I'm sensing the room is a 3 year instead of a 2 year option. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, can I just say, look, before I read the feedback, I'd probably gone back to 2 years and was happy with that. But I think in responding to the feedback from residents, so coming out of that meeting that was here, there was obviously widespread view within the room that they were supportive of the project and getting potable water there. And leaving that, I thought, no, 2 years is probably right. But having read some of the specific feedback, particularly around the pensioners, my view in responding to that is that 3 years is more appropriate. So that's where I'm at with it.
Right. You're 3. Councillor Roundtree's a 3. Councillor Arthur, you're a 2.
Oh, definitely 2. Well, I don't believe that other
Councillor-
pay should be something.
That's fine. Councillor Peach, you're a 3. Councillor Bland, you're a
3.
3. And Councillor O'Hara, I think you're a 2. Okay. Well, I would think councillors, the appropriate thing is someone moves with that variation on the point or meet whatever option, whatever it was, on 3 years.
Option two.
Option 2.
If I may, I'd like to throw another spanner in the works.
Yeah.
I do partially agree with what Councillor O'Hara said before, and I think this comes back to that discount conversation we just had. I would be happy with a modicum of interest being applied over the 3 years, which goes back to the user pays principle, perhaps not at the debenture rate, perhaps at 2.5%, 3%. But I think that would incentivise the upfront payment. It's a figure that we could build in upfront. You would know the quantity of the portion you're paying and place to it. But I would certainly say.
Probably my mind around that.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one
Just-
comment?
yep.
Yeah, the longer we extend the extension of the payment, the harder it becomes. You don't know what the interest we're going to pay.
Yeah.
For example, if I'm paying a 3-year rate and my property goes up for sale tomorrow, it's paid out automatically. So the 3 years is gone, or the 2 years is gone. It's got to be paid out. It's like any encumbrance on a title. So to be expanding it, we're just going to make it harder for the rates officer. You know, might make it a 2-year term and that's it.
Through you, Mayor, I was saying that you build that in upfront, so it'd be no cost.
So, all right, I'm going to go in the room again. Is there any sympathy for charging interest on the 3 year? Well, I think sorry, councillors, we're on a 3 year because I've got four over 2 here. Is there any interest in putting interest on top of that?
Is that exceeding 3 years?
No, just 3 years, but there is interest applied to that.
No, not supported.
Well, for 3 years, they should be paying interest.
Right,
If they're paying on time, they won't attract interest, but if they don't pay on time, they will.
I'm supportive at about 2.5% and just build that into the upfront cost, which does incentivise those to pay early.
I'll go with the small amount of interest, given it's 3 years.
Interest. It goes to 3. Yeah.
Can I just add in?
I'm just sorry.
Mayor?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm thinking through our public, what's the name process here? Our public, setting this right, public consultation process at this point. Councillor Routy, what?
That was going to be my point. We haven't discussed an interest payment with anyone yet. And to me, interest is always going against people the people that can't afford to pay up front. You're then penalising them even more. You know, I'm sure if people had lots of money, they would happily get this off their agenda and just pay it and be done with it. So the people that are having to step this out are generally the ones that can at least afford the money. And now we're just looking at, let's make them pay a little bit more. So in principle, I have a real issue with putting interest on people that are struggling to pay anyway as not being ethical in my mind. I think it's great when you've got money, you can pay things easily, upfront, get it off your list of things to do. But when you're struggling, you've just got this burden continually mentally attacking you. And I just think this adds to it. I just don't see, it's immaterial to us, but it's everything to them. So that's my view on it.
Anyone else? I'm probably going to bring this to somewhat of a head in a minute, I think.
You're only talking through you, Mr. Mayor. You're only talking about interest on the 3rd year, though, aren't you?
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at councillor
It's
Peace.
built in for that period,
The
so
spanner-
it'll be based
spanner,
on the 3 years,
is
but paid
is
every
interest on the
quarter.
tail end or all
The
3?
difference, and every time you put the rates up, the
Yes,
pensioner struggles to pay.
I know.
Not 8%.
We're just making it worse, and we're not making. If that's your view, we're just making this worse. Then.
Right. I'm sensing a fair bit of difference of opinion in that one, Mr. Spatter. I'm going to.
Mr. Mayor, my proposal was to add 2.5% over the 3 years as a way of differentiating between the upfront.
Yeah.
And but 3 years in my mind is the shortest period we should be doing, taking into account the feedback. I just couldn't support anything under that. But yeah, that's where I was coming from.
So the 2.5% apply compound which way? Just help me out for that, please.
I think it would be 2.5%, say over the 2,750, split over the 3 years.
2.5% of that value.
On top of split.
The it'd be 10%.
It'd
It'd be
about 75.
$90.
Yeah.
No, $60. $5 a year.
For us to do it.
the point might be that it'll cost us more administratively than it's worth.
I'd be happy with, if that is the case, then
Well, that's just the discussion. Councillor O'Hara's great arithmetic then, counting capital dollars.
You don't bang on that, but
Oh, well,
I mean, but it does answer,
yeah,
it does answer what you were asking. Do the ones that pay up front get a discount? Yes, they do. They don't have to pay 2.5% interest.
yeah.
Yeah, that's still penalising the
Right.
ones that can least pay.
I'm going to wind us up a bit. I think I'm ready for someone to try and move something, and it's really in your hands when I decide in a second. I think council is happy to change section 4, sorry, in my agenda, and I'm reading, to a 3-year process. And that is all I think that the council at this stage
In those words.
up to.
And up to,
So
yeah.
if I
And in paragraph.
Fuel your discussions, councillors, to that, and then you can attempt in a debate to vary it, because we're still not in a debate. So at 11:25, I'm going to end the open discussion, and we're going to start with, has someone got a motion, something like that, but I'm in someone's hands. Yours is councillor Roundtree.
Yes, I'm happy to move what it says up there at the moment.
That's with no interest.
No interest.
We're no discount, we're
No
no
discount, no
interest, and we've
interest,
got a
3 years.
3-year instead of 2.
That is what we went out to the community consultation with. I think anything else, we're varying it too much.
And I think if I'm looking at Ashley and whoever else I need to look at it here, that wouldn't be a negative in terms of the community consultation and following it, would it?
I'm looking at the rates officer, Mayor, and we have asked those questions, and no, the consultation was around the setting of a rate, not how you pay it.
Oh, watch your heads moving in lots of directions today. It's one of the more interesting parts of this meeting. Okay, Councillor Qualman, you want to be the seconder of that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, oh, that's very good. Councillor Roundtree, you can start, please, with a debate.
Okay, I think I've probably said a lot already, but I think where we're sitting now is consistent with what we've gone out with in the community consultation. I think we haven't talked about applying interest. We haven't talked about discounts and things like that. I just think what we've got up here at the moment gives the staff the opportunity to take the next step. It takes into consideration the feedback from, I mean, there was some really good and consistent feedback in there. And I know we can assume that those who didn't apply feedback or put in some feedback approve and want this to go ahead. And I think that's a true statement as well. But the ones who did take the time, we should be recognising it. And this is a small step to sort of understanding and helping them ease this burden a little bit. And while it may not be absolutely perfect, I think this is a really good position to land in. And if we do happen to get some discounts or make some savings, then we've got that flexibility in the words up to 2,750. I'm feeling comfortable with where that sits.
Thank you. Councillor Qualman is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I concur with what Councillor Roundtree says, and I think it's important, members, that we note that this was started out controversial. Some people were a bit heated about it. We gradually moved in a more positive way. I think we should keep it simplified and about seem to be moving the goalposts, and to help those ones who are struggling. So I see that 3 years with no interest charge and no incentive for a reward for paying ahead on time. So yes, I think if we muck around with it too much, we're only going to hurt the ratepayers of West Wellington. So let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other councillors on end of debate, for or against? Councillor O'Hara.
Well, I'm happy to vote for this if it's going to get it across the line, because we need this project to be done.
Thank you. No one else?
I'm going to move an amendment that we add 2.5% interest over the 3 years as a upfront, not as a compounding factor.
Yep.
That again.
So we apply 2.5% interest to the 2,700 or whatever that amount is over the 3-year period, but applied as a one-off upfront when determining the rate, not with a compounding factor to it.
So if people
I
pay
want
up,
everyone to be clear on what that means, please.
so they would get the first year off, Mr Mayor?
Oh,
If they pay immediate,
I'm looking at the.
Mate, so
$75.
that would mean that
$69 is
Yep.
2.5%.
it would just make a difference between the upfront option and having that done as a whole versus the balance.
it's not clear.
Okay, so we have an amendment of, where is it?
That 2.5% interest
In part D.
being applied overall. So not as a compounding, just being applied to the balance, to the amount when determining the rate.
Upfront.
Being applied upfront is probably the word, yeah.
We're unclear. I need a seconder. Councillor Arthur is the seconder.
Not clear.
Councillor Peach, you can speak to your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did take the argument before that this is not something we've specifically gone out with, but in our conversations in our workshops, this is something I've tried to get to the point on in terms of what the differentiation is between the upfront versus the long-term payment. I think this does go somewhat to the user pay principle, but it also does keep a difference between those that want to pay upfront. There is a benefit to doing so. To it, I think by allowing it over the 3 years with something like this, it gives you, it's not putting a greater onerous burden on somebody. So I think it's a small amount that allows for that differentiation. Obviously, that's
Councillor Arthur.
I agree wholeheartedly that, like, it's going to be a cost somewhere along the line of council, but we don't know how large it'll be, but it will be a cost, and it should be the recipient of the benefit that pays for it, not the rest of the ratepayers. Simple. Thank you.
Okay, open for debate, councillors. We're in an amendment.
For clarity's sake, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask this, is that on the assumption they pay upfront, the 2,500, can you just keep it up there? Thank you.
Second category of people that are not paying upfront.
Yeah, so when the interest is applied, basically on the beginning of the second quarter, if they haven't paid upfront. If they've paid upfront when they receive their rates in 26, 27.
No. If I may.
Have I got this wrong?
Can I, through you, Mayor? So with the upfront payment, we will invoice early next year and the payment will be made before the April the 26th. So that's in the current financial that we're in. For people who don't choose that option and they choose to pay it off in instalments, we will automatically spread the payments over 3 years and apply, if this amendment goes through, apply the interest, which I've worked out to be about $6 per instalment.
Okay, I'm much clearer,
So
thank you.
60 times the 4 instalments,
$6, so it's about $80 all up.
80 for the 3 years,
70, sorry.
for the whole 3-year
Yes.
period.
Correct. 2.5% on 2,750.
Okay.
Can I ask the mover what the logic behind that? Because I mean, that's an insignificant amount to council, but what is the reason for it? Is that to encourage the upfront payment?
It's to incentivise, so through you, Mayor, if I may, it's to incentivise the upfront payment and also go some way to offsetting the cost to all ratepayers of council covering the interest over the 3 years. And again, we won't know how many you're going to do up front, but I suspect the difference between this would go a fair way towards covering that cost. And I think when you multiply that by the number of people on it, it will go some way to covering that extra $9,000 that we've allow for in the 3 years.
I just feel disappointed by that, but anyway.
Okay, I'm looking at 4 councillors who haven't spoke to the amendment. They don't want to speak, that's just fine. 2, 3, 4, righto. So the amendment, councillors, is to add some interest to the 2,750 as per on the screen, 2.5%. Bringing approximately $70. Everyone's aware of the amendment? I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Those against? The amendment is carried with councillors O'Hara, Land, Peach and Arthur voting for the amendment and councillors Roundtree, Bowman voting against. The amendments become the motion. Is there a second amendment, councillors?
And the second amendment be to go back to the first amendment?
To help you out, councillor. I think I'm right, Ashley. No, I'm sorry to tell you.
Put up a second amendment that says 1%. Like, I mean, it's just, I think we haven't gone out and asked this question. I think this now, with all the feedback we got in, just is a bad look for us.
I think we could. So, councillor, if you wish to move an amendment with a different percentage, I think it would need to be substantive. Probably 1 is substantive.
I can't, yeah, I move the original motion.
Yeah. Fortunately, yes. If you can't move one, you can't move one.
Well, councillor Coleman could move it
He
instead.
could, but then
I'll move it.
Councillor Qualman's moving a second amendment, which is revert that interest figure to
We
1%.
can't get rid of it altogether.
But he will need a seconder. So,
Second it.
no, I don't think so.
We're just checking.
I'm just checking on that, but that's actually a bit of an interesting debate. I think it's no.
Can I move, or can
No.
the motion be to remove the interest component altogether as the wording of the motion?
Back to the original. There was an original motion, so. We're just checking on who can second, as we are into that very interesting area of second amendment. With 6 councillors, that probably not many options left.
There's a member who has not spoken to the motion at an early stage of debate, and they move that's or second amendment. So I think that was a motion you take to have spoken to it.
I'm going to have to make a decision. I think,
Can councillor Coleman do it?
well, councillor Qualman,
I'm moving.
yeah, but councillor Qualman spoke, he's not a mover or seconder in the first 2.
But everyone's spoken now.
Yes. I think the only person, sorry, councillors, I think you have spoken. I think only councillor Bland's the only one I can think that I would say has asked a question and not spoken.
I'm actually happy.
But I'll be interested in the tape when someone reviews it. But it's up to you, councillor. But I don't think anyone else qualifies to be a mover or seconder in the second amendment.
Our council practice, other than the mover or seconder of the motion who has spoken to a motion, may move or second an amendment. So that clarifies it really. So the mover and seconder of the original motion cannot move an amendment.
Councillor, sorry, put pressure on you, councillor. It's up to you.
Okay.
I think I'm right. You haven't really spoken in this debate, in the debate part today.
And I'm going to take it back to the motion in relation to interest over the 3 years. But councillor Peach's motion, I think.
So you don't want to. So if you
Want to
don't
vary
want to, you
the motion.
don't want to second that one, right? Which fair enough. Okay, councillors, the amendment is lost for want of a seconder, councillor, which means the first amended motion is the motion. School and governance today, isn't it? I can't ask for any further amendments. So I don't really want to ask for a variation at this point. So, is everyone aware of, someone read it for me, please, I'm getting tired.
There's no. Basically, the motion's for.
Did that say no one motion lost as no one available to second or no, because that councillor Bland was.
Motion
yeah,
lapses for
was,
one of a
yeah,
second.
one of a second, yeah.
Just get there in a minute.
So the amendment or amended motion, one of the other. Yeah.
I thank everyone for their forbearance. This is the culmination of a very long process. I appreciate everyone's thoughts on this. I particularly appreciate the public who, in East Wellington's case, will end up with a financial liability here.
Gee, they'll end up with a great asset. Yep.
And just speak up. It's long.
Yeah.
The amendment, number one amendment is the motion, as far as I'm concerned now.
Yep, that's the motion.
And we can have no further amendments, and I think the councillors are all looking at me as if we need to take it to a final vote. Everyone else want to say about anything, question? Not? Yeah, the amendment becomes the motion though.
Yep.
Regardless. Ash, you happy?
You want to take a vote now? Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Councillors, it's now on your screen that it's a 3-year process with interest, if I can say it correctly. Your amendment, the amendment, the first amendment got up. Everyone's clear what's on the screen, are we? Yes. Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you, councillors. It's carried, and it's carried unanimously.
We have 2 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
We are going to have 2 minutes, but I'm just going to thank everyone. It's been a very difficult process for a very long time. And it's had many ups and downs, this process, for a long time. And I suppose my thoughts are with the people who have to help pay for this at this stage, but in the long term, this will be seen to be quite an important decision for this district to get our third biggest town at the moment onto a reliable potable scheme. I'm going to suspend the meeting for 10 minutes, please, so I can have a break. I just turned us off. Hello. Thank you, everyone. Move to item 4, I believe. Draft Disability Access and Inclusion Plan. Councillors, you had a workshop a week or so ago, remember? And everything else is there. Is anyone wishes to move the motion? Councillors Qualman and Roundtree. Yep. Just hang on, we'll start with the mover and the seconder. To add anything, councillor?
Just a comment. Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's pretty self-explanatory that we receive a note report and then goes out for public consultation. And then a further report from there. So, yeah, it's on its way and a very comprehensive report. So, thank you.
Councillor Roundtree?
I just had a couple of questions. Can the report actually be finalised with so many TBCs included in the finance or the cost columns? Like, I noticed there was a lot of the way through the document said to be confirmed, to be confirmed. What's that about?
Just for you, Mayor. So first of all, the first part of the consultation is, are the elements of it what the community want to see? And then once that's been decided, then the finance come into it.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Bland, I think you had a question.
Yes, and I'm just getting myself there, so I won't waste any time, but I think page 5, which I have to get back down to now, sorry. It's really in the wording. I think it says most. I'm not really happy with the wording rather, but there are probably things that can be tidied up after. Bear with me.
Still with you?
Yeah, you are, but I'm still lost. It's really mostly around wording. And I guess, and also there was some wording in there around health. There are now many services not being delivered versus many services being lived in, and it is actually all our communities pretty much it's affecting now, particularly when we're talking about disability and ageing and living in community. So I'm just not sure, and that's probably more around advocacy. I still think that with our small ageing, the other point was in earlier it talks about the major towns, Tailem, Wellington, Meningie, it's Tinty, Canalpin, etc. I just think then, and the other smaller communities, it may need to have a statement that there are many other smaller communities. We have Narung, Salt Creek, Pilbara Peak, etc. And I just don't want to see them missed out in terms of being inclusive. So I think some wording around there could go in before it goes out.
That can be added, that's fine.
I think they're my main points at the moment, given that it's still got to go out to consultation. It could be tidied up.
The councillors? Okay. Councillor Qualman, you're closed.
Yeah, I'll close it. Thank you.
My understanding, the recommendation is as it reads. Motion, all those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Number 5, Regional Development Australia, Murraylands and Riverland Partnership proposal. Have had a presentation and a visit from our RDA. Someone's prepared to move that one.
I've got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just clarify that we would be the only council contributing to them for this financial year if this was to go ahead?
For you, Mayor, I haven't kept track. If not the only one, there may be one other, but yes.
Okay, and if I may ask about the subsequent question.
Yeah.
What demonstrated benefit have we received as a council over the last 3 years from partnership with the RDA?
For you, Mayor.
It's yours, yes.
And I'm no longer on the board. The RDA for us for the size of our council almost acts like another set of arms and legs when we need them. We use their statistics. We use their intel quite often. And I know that Miles, in his capacity around planning and development, often has conversations with them. We are also using them at the moment around childcare because they're doing some supplementary work there. So they are almost like a supplementary resource, if you like. In the past, the financial contribution, I think, was around just over 20,000.
Yep.
But they've scaled that back based on the amount of activity between council and RDA.
Can I offer something? In a very practical sense.
Yeah.
The investment prospectus had a fair bit of technical input initially from RDA, and the latest revision, they would have put in, and they put this in within 48 hours of me asking for it, probably about 4 to 5 hours worth of work purely on economic data and producing charts that could automatically be put into the investment prospectus. And I'm positive that, at probably, if you're looking at that work at, 4 hours at, a consultant's rate, that would probably be $1,000.
Through you, Mayor, just one other thing. It's probably not true to say that no other council is contributing. There are some councils in the district that will pay as a user pay based on. So instead of the flat rate, which is what this ask is about, then there are a couple of other councils who would charge for the work that Miles might be asking them to do at a particular point in time. So it's two different methods, if you like.
Through you, Mayor, what sort of cost would we be, how often do we use them? Because I was, and you've just answered one of my questions, Miles, is how's the RDA helped us with our investment prospectus? So you've just answered that one. But why aren't the others? So you're saying they're not, it's not that they're not seeing value, is that they use a user pay. How often do we use it, and would we be better served as a user pay? How often are we using their services?
So a couple of the councils are large enough to have full-time economic development people, and they probably then, that's whereby their need for this type of service and ours. So I would personally, I would have used them probably about twice a year, but for that very bespoke, and it's quite urgent sort of work, I'll put the pressure on them a bit. And that's when I'm doing either the growth strategy or investment prospectus updates. Now there's probably things that we'll use them for that you just expect anyway, such as support for funding applications and the like. I think one of those, and we've got hands at the back because they use them as well. I think part of the benefit of the $10,000 is that if Bridget or myself has an urgent need, there's some, not just information, but links into state or federal government that only the RDA really works in that area. We'll get that automatically. And we won't have to wait because of the relationship.
Right.
To me, it's very much about an investment in a relationship as much as it is about the product that we get.
To you, Mayor, probably just to add to that, two staff members at the back often use the RDA as well. And I think it would be true to say, well, it's not true to say, we have a trifecta now with RDA and Landscape Board with the drought and around some funding that there's a bucket of money of about $100 per each of those three organisations, but there's a fair bit of work working together to make sure that we aren't at cross purposes and that we have a product with each of them that has some synergy into the community. So it's ongoing and varied is probably true to say.
And through you, Mayor, do any of these things that we need, would any of that just be automatic that we could ask them for without having to pay?
You might not get the immediate service. You might just be in line with everyone else. And that doesn't always suit us. And one of the reasons I think we've been successful is because we have been quite bullish about grabbing opportunities and chasing them. This council is talked about very favourably at state government level because of that performance that we're showing. But it's not just us, it's those relationships that we've got as well, those key contacts that support us.
Councillor Bland.
Mr Mayor, overall, I don't have a problem with the RDA. What I have a problem with as a councillor is not knowing all of the information you've just given us now for the background that they have provided for you. So when we receive a report, if some of the data or the information or support has come from, I'd really appreciate knowing that. And not just for me for the next 12, but we've got new councillors coming soon, and it would be really nice to have it in there to know what the RDA has done. I've been here a long time, and the RDA have been up and down over those years. But if they're giving so much background on any project or information, I'd really appreciate it. And that goes for landscape, anyone.
So
That we're getting and we're paying money for.
I just will respond. In the investment prospectus, I acknowledge the source.
Yeah. I'm not.
RDA.
Yeah.
And also because they have access to ID profile.
Yeah.
Which otherwise would cost us money. So it's essentially ID profile is a source for economic data. And this is probably a good example of the benefit of RDA, rather than a council of this size, which probably doesn't warrant the investment in a full subscription to ID profile, I go to RDA and say, I know you can get this data for me. And not only do they get the data, but the other thing about it is they will produce, I don't have to touch again, I can just send it to the graphic designers and they put it in the document, and that's why I acknowledge that.
I guess, sorry, that you've just also touched on a point is knowing what we ask them to do. So as a councillor, knowing what we ask them to do, what they've provided would be great at some point, because we're obviously using external providers, and for $10,000, sounds like we're getting good value, but it's really not as transparent. Thank you.
Councillor Peach, then Roundtree.
I was going to move the motion with the third item that when in future, when RDA puts forward a partnership proposal, they demonstrate benefit from the previous term to the council, because what I've just heard has actually changed my mind around this. I didn't, as Councillor Bland just mentioned, I didn't have that information reading the document or even hearing what I heard the other day from them, and I will admit I did have to leave partway through that. So, yeah.
Just before I take a seconder, there's things that they know and processes and government processes that we'll not be aware of naturally.
Yeah.
There's proposals that come to this council which I don't even know about, but there's been some I have been involved in, which I'm usually in the strictness of confidence.
Right.
And what I would be worried about is we would not be in the hunt without sometimes their support.
No.
That's just this life, I'm afraid. Sorry. Tammy's got a hand up, but I'm going to take Councillor Roundtree next.
I was just.
Are you just waving, or what's she doing? I like a happy way.
Okay, so I think I was just going to support what Councillor Bland was saying, in that the information I've just heard today has changed my position on how I was feeling about this particular motion. And I agree that we need to see more of the demonstrated benefit, and understanding how many times you use them and the sorts of things you use them for and what the staff use them for is actually really helpful to us. So I would support having a bit more of that information when we go forward, because I wasn't going to support this one, but I'm feeling more inclined to now.
Are you the seconder?
I'll be the seconder, yeah.
Right. Well, Councillor Tammy, could you just give us a bit of process?
I just wanted to add to some of the benefits that RDA has to the Coorong Council in the last 12 months. So actually in the last 3 years. So they've also run a program called the Regional Leadership Development Program, which I've been lucky enough to be a part of. And just last night they had their graduation, and 3 of the participants are from here in the Coorong. So Joe McGrath, Heather Waite and Fiona Wolfert all participated this year. That's an opportunity that would normally cost an individual around $6,000. So these 3 ladies got to participate at a heavily subsidised rate. So that's just another opportunity that that they bring to us as well. So building new leaders in our community and helping our not-for-profits survive. So thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Right, we're open for debate. We've got a motion live.
Well, if I could, the third point, in future partnership proposals, outline demonstrated benefit provided over the previous 12 months.
Partnership. Just for clarity, Mayor, so Councillor Peach, you're asking that on a yearly basis, when we get invoiced, we'll also include what we've just discussed verbally?
Well, the indication in this is that it's now going to be a 12-month period that they'll be seeking going forward, not a 3-year. So yes, the next time round, there's actually some information about the benefit they provided to us in the previous 12 months.
Councillors for and against, please.
Re-voting, is that what you're saying?
Not yet, but I'm pretty close. No one wants to say anything.
Oh,
You're close. Hello.
close.
Close. Put the motion with that additional point 3. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Number 6. Northern Areas Advocacy Council's advocacy with support that come in only just last few days. Councillors, in my view, for what it's worth, that we have a proposal the LGA is putting to the state government still that might be considered contrary to this or parallel to it, call it what we like. I think Councillor O'Hara put this several months ago. If someone wants to pay my council rates, get your heart out. But I don't know that it's a realistic position to pursue. Suppose I'm coming from the position of sitting in the LGA's drought advocacy role for 12 months and this undercut us. One of the issues we are hearing quite constantly from the state government is there's not a consistent message of what do farmers want. So I just give that to you for the discussion point. The second point I might add is a very good point about renewable energy. Sorry.
I'd like to move a motion.
Oh, very good.
The council right, the Northern Areas Council in support of a united position to the Minister for Local Government regarding the item 2, regarding solar farms, wind farms. I don't think we can endorse the 40%, saying we're already given 100. But I do believe that we should be pushing. And if the rural councils don't keep pushing, the LGA is not going to keep pushing because it doesn't affect the city. So I would move that motion.
Councillor Roundtree. And
Can I, whilst I agree with actually, I was agreeing with number 2 only, the 40%, I just want to clarify, we're not giving 100% reduction in rates to our farmers. They're just giving a postponement. We're not giving it, this one's talking about a full 40% reduction, which is very different to what we're offering. So let's just be clear on that one. And I agree, I don't think we're in a position to offer a 40%, but I get where they're coming from. They're trying to do something for farmers. If we wanted to put our own amendment into their motion, we could, but I would support Councillor Arthur in saying just really at this point, number 2 is one that I think is most beneficial to us.
he's moved only item 2. Is there a second?
I would support.
Councillor Roundtree is still getting it. Is there any other speakers?
I agree with it.
Well, if I can just speak on that. Number 1, I think it's, am I reading it right? It's saying that they'd offered a 40% reduction. That was on the condition that the government's going to pick up that 40%.
The item comes principally from the Victorian government's decision, and they reference this. in 11 and a half shires to allow the shire to manage a 40% reduction in illness due to drought.
But the government's backing it up.
Sorry, the state government of Victoria, yes, is
Yeah.
backing this up. It also has an element of during 1920-21 period of so-called drought, whatever it was, that certain people in South Australia in a different form of drought assistance were eligible for up to, as I understand it, $7,500 remission on their rural rates. So there's people within rural communities and rural councils that believe that the state government, there's been people for a long time, in one of our representative groups, that believe that somehow the government's going to pay partially rural council farmers' rates. That's where it comes from. That's not what we are pushing at LGA at the moment, but we don't know if we're getting through to anyone. Councillor Peach.
If I could just provide a comment, Mr. Mayor, and I'm supportive of the motion, definitely with the generation side of it. But one of the comments that was made by the minister when I went representing the mayor to Lameroo was we took her to task over this around rate deferment, what's the government doing, etc. And she said she basically used the excuse that the stakeholders weren't in agreement. So. And that was her words, that the stakeholders are not in agreement. So sitting in the meeting and we had the conversation around most people in the room were supportive of rate deferment from the state government. And then we had the mayor of a neighbouring council speak against it. I would be concerned supporting northern areas unless that is the position the LGA is changing to. Because I think it's going to kick this can down the road further. It's already the excuse they're using to not do anything. But if Northern Areas is doing it, probably the damage is probably already done in terms of getting that response from the state government. So that's just my comment after that meeting.
It could be that the state government looks at the cheapest option. So it could be a method of encouraging the state to consider present option, not a 40%.
Yeah.
But that's right. I understand, sorry, Councillor O'Hara, that the idea came from the 40% and quoted in the letters. We didn't print the letter, we had that put this up, but I've spoke to their CEO about this because I was just fascinated where he was coming from, and that's where it come from. Okay. Yeah. Your mouth's open.
I'm happy.
You're happy.
Always happy.
So the motion at the moment is that we write in support of item 2 only at this stage. Councillor Arthur's the mover. Is there anyone else wish to speak to it?
That's it.
You're having your closed. Everyone's done. Right. Item 2 only of option 1. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Councillors, I do intend at 1 o'clock, if we haven't finished the meeting, to adjourn it until after we've visited the community house and had the other committee meeting. So I think we're all here today. So number 7, 25/6 Christmas and New Year office closure. Councillor Qualman, you're moving that way?
Yeah, nice simple one. Thank
All
you.
right. You're a seconder. Councillor Bland. Discussion? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Number 8, enforcement policy review.
Question.
Yeah.
And that is around how, if there was a concern, unless somebody is actually on the books for a review, I'm talking about food handling in particular, one of the answers that's been given in the past is that they're not on the books, so we don't check them. Food handling, food processing, food whatever.
Take that on notice, me.
So it concerns me that if all premises or all people processing, if they just happen to have done the right thing and are on the books and had the inspections done, and they haven't. I'm not trying to make it difficult for anyone. I'm just wondering whether that's a fact.
Through the mayor, I mean, firstly, with the service that are provided by the EHOs. I'd be fairly confident that they pick up 99% of the people who technically are a food business. I mean, food businesses have to be registered now, which is.
They're not a food business, but they are selling to the community in some form.
Well, they are food
They're a
businesses.
food business.
Yep, technically.
And normally, well, what would happen is that we tend to hear about those people or see their product. It definitely, you know, if there is a complaint that arose, then obviously then all of a sudden we're capturing them. I would be, I would think it would be quite unlikely that there would be, you know, a record of people who are selling food and need to meet the requirements under the Food Act, especially if it's packaged goods. I think it would be fairly unusual or unlikely for us not to be aware of them. If they're not obvious, it might be advertising or through social media or through selling at markets, and the EHOs do enough inspections to pick up those type of sellers. And I suppose the other thing, you know, definitely where they might be dealing with foods that are of the higher risk nature. So if you're aware of any councillor, please let us know. If you think maybe there's some that aren't on our books, please let us know.
So Mike, the other part of the question is in relation to food safety, and that, does that actually come from, is that outsourced?
We have a partnership with Mill City Mowbridge.
Yes.
Okay. And how many hours do we?
So there's 2 days a week, and we found that that's adequate. If there's an emergency, and of course they don't just do food, they do all the others, EHO activity. So we find that 40 hours a week is probably right for a council of this size, as opposed to our alternative would be to try to find an EHO of our own, and you probably don't warrant a full-time EHO.
Thank you.
There's a recommendation, councillors.
Through you, Mr Mayor. It's fine to have all these regulations, but who's going to police them? I mean,
My point.
I don't think
I might answer that.
parking, no one's ever pulled anyone up for parking.
I will answer that. The main principle is that we act upon complaints. So every complaint is investigated, and where there is grounds for enforcement, right, action, that's taken.
Perhaps the question, councillor, should be, we have a complaint, we cannot act, we should be able to act, which we've got one at the moment. So that's the issue we face is, I know the laws are only there for the people who want to obey.
We have one compliance officer.
And we only have one compliance officer who's very agile. Any other questions? Come on, move the motion, though, please. I'm sort of wearing down. Hello, Councillor Peach. Seconder, please. Councillor Arthur, thank you. Any just further discussion? There's been a couple of questions. There's no further debate. We'll put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Number 9. Pre-management policy review. Councillors, there in front of you. Someone want to move it? Councillor Peach, are you moving it?
Yes.
There's a seconder. Councillor Arthur, is there any discussion?
Mr Mayor, if I may just speak to it. So this has gone through the governance committee. It was quite a good work through at the last meeting around this with the stakeholder in the room. One of the things that came out of that was there is now something in there about replacing trees that are taken out in public places, which was ordered. And again, similar to others that we've dealt with today, it's tidied a few things up and in their appropriate categories. So just noting that we don't have trees of significance, I think it's in the report. So we're fortunate in that regard.
Love the word stakeholders. Any other councillors? No comment further. You will close.
Close, Mr. Mayor.
Reckon you have. The recommendation is the motion. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Number 10, naming of roads and public places policy review. Councillor Arthur, you happy to move it? You're a seconder. Councillor Roundtree, Councillor Arthur, you want to speak to it?
Quite straightforward.
I'm glad you said that. Sometimes it's not.
My only comment is it has also been through the governance and policy review and that had a good look at it, so I feel quite comfortable with it.
The other councillors? Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 5.3 curbside numbering just caught my eye, and it mentions you're allowed to do it rather than it might be a public or community group, and then it says installed in accordance with all traffic management requirements. And
Sorry.
because our what do you call it, Progress Association was willing to go and renumber all the weathered numbers around town, and there's a great hurdle to get over, and that is you have to put in traffic management, which is probably $2 or $3 grand just a day just to do the little project. So that's the way it is. Modernisation, WHS.
Oh, shame. We can't just get on with it. You know?
Yeah,
Just
that's
follow
all
up.
that interesting.
I actually agree with councillor Cormann. It is one of the things that would be very handy, particularly for the townships and the emergency services and ambulance, etc. They can't always see the numbers easily on the property in the evenings, etc. Our lighting, etc., isn't always that brilliant, but the gutter does work. And I'm just wondering whether when we're talking, we could chase up some sort of safety budget or grant, not budget, grant to assist community in that. I'm sure it can be delivered if we can deliver the safety side of it, but it is an issue for all areas. Not everyone has good lighting.
So it could even be, if you want to have it as a budget consideration or a safety go through council itself, given I think our staff are qualified in the traffic management process. All right.
Qualifying lawn mowing.
Interesting pickup, councillors, yes. I find that no one puts the numbers on anything anymore.
I think under safety, you can get grants through a number of ones for community safety. Small grants, but at least something to assist.
Okay, anyone else?
Closed.
No. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, that's carried unanimously. Vote number 11, disposal of council land and other assets policy review. Been through the committee process, I understand. Someone moving that way, councillor Qualman, thank you. For a second, councillor Peach, any discussion?
A question.
Question, where does the question come from? Over there, right.
That is, if we loan out equipment, what is required and in terms of retrieval, if we ask for it back?
It's not under this policy. I will take that on notice, Mayor. That's not under this policy. That would be something to do with, you're talking about the pedal machine for the ice cream and those types of things.
No, I'm talking about things like the tables from Wadmore that we have loaned to a group some years ago. And I don't know when they were meant to return them or what the plan is for them to be returned. And where does that get covered in terms of this type of policy and asset management?
I'll take that on notice, Mayor.
Yeah, up to you. I don't know. Anyone else? There being none, close, councillor.
Close, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Recommendation is as it reads in the agenda. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Number 12, Audit and Risk Committee sitting fee review. Wish to move that way or?
May I just ask a question around this? We deferred. Sorry, I may be recollecting this. We deferred the motion from the last meeting around superannuation. It was then brought to governance.
Yeah.
That hasn't been picked back up. Or is that picked up
In this agenda somewhere?
So the question of superannuation, I don't think is a decision of council. There's a legal requirement to.
Sorry, so this agenda item picking back up that which was deferred?
Yes, my understanding it is. Am I correct?
Yeah, it should have been in the agenda section.
Yep, that's what I was just wondering if we were dealing with something different or, yep.
It opens a fairly interesting can of worms, in my view, around allowances and super.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a statement, personal statement on that? I've done a bit of research on this after our governance meeting, and elected members are eligible for superannuation under the tax law if, as a chamber, they vote to have tax withheld unanimously from their allowances. So it's something that's come up as a result of this and going into it. It has to be a unanimous vote, and then the ATO considers it something that warrants superannuation. My understanding is no council in South Australia has currently elected to take that option.
But council, I just want to get this clear. You're saying councils, and this might apply to different councils of different states more so.
It's under the taxation law.
It's in the Tax Act, is it?
It's in the Tax Act.
So the council can unanimously decide to have our allowances
Have
income from the point of view of the.
Yes, and if that is the case, then superannuation does apply. But it has to be a unanimous vote of a chamber for that to occur.
Is that each consecutive chamber or?
I'm not sure on. It only came up because I went down a rabbit hole over this trying to get my head around it. But I just thought I'd mention that in the context of what we're now doing with audit, that mechanism does exist.
There'd probably be other, if I might, other things to be considered, and that would be giving the age grouping in the room, potential pension implications, and also allocated pension from superannuation implications on it as well.
I think that's why it has to be
A lot of
unanimous
rabbit
vote.
holes to go down. Potentially.
Some 8 or 10 years ago, there was a ruling sought from the taxation department regarding allowances, because they're actually an allowance, and it went back and forwards, and it was deemed then, and there should be somewhere, that was deemed that it is a part of a salary. It is an income, but it's not taxable as such, and it's not in title of superannuation long service leave. So that would have been.
But it must affect the pension.
Remember?
Yeah, I do remember
it
it,
was
but
about 10 years ago.
Right.
Because no one within the local government association knew what was going on. And it was led by the hierarchy to find out what it was. And that was a general ruling from the taxation department. It is an income, so it's got to be put in your tax. But it's not, it's a taxable income. Be put in your tax. It's not subject to superannuation, long service or any other things. So somewhere that should be.
And
I don't know who's good at looking back at local government association rulings, but.
I'm sure that, I think there were some superannuation changes too in the last couple of years that probably supersede those things a couple of 12 years ago, Councillor Arthur.
The nightmare to do that.
My accountant informs me that it's personal income.
It is.
Yeah, I had to put mine in.
But then why doesn't it get superannuation?
I think for the reason that Councillor Bland just outlined, it has to be a unanimous decision.
Right.
Yeah. But it has to suit everybody's tax arrangements. That's
Yeah,
why.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may move this, but with an amendment or with a difference, this doesn't actually endorse the back pay, which is so that's back to 2022, which is something that we did cover.
Actually, Councillor Beach is absolutely correct, because I'm pretty sure that's the way that we looked upon it in the policy working group.
It's not included because it was an entitlement, but we could be more overt.
Back to members previously on council or only to current existing?
So it's from the 1st of July 2022, which is when the superannuation law changed. Because we asked this question in governance, does this have to go further back? And the answer was no.
Are we adding a third point? Sorry.
That we endorse the back pay to the, sorry?
No, it's a CPI increase in the CP. It wasn't applied in the sitting fees, I think he's referring to.
It could be that any arrears are endorsed.
That any arrears are endorsed, yeah. That's probably a neater way of doing it.
Not back pay, just called arrears.
Arrears identified in the report.
Any arrears, yeah, identified in the report.
I'm happy to move that way, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There a second? Councillor Roundtree. Any discussion, councillor? Aye. There is none. I put the motion with that addition. All those in favour? As against, that's carried unanimously. And now for all terms of reference, 13. Proposed for public consultation, is it? I read it, councillor Roundtree, you're moving that way?
Yes.
Seconder, councillor Bland, I'm going to take. Any discussion?
I think I want to thank the staff for the amount of work they've put into doing all of this stuff. I think we're making some progress and it will be interesting to see who wants to be a part of it. So I appreciate the effort.
No other debate, councillor?
Just one question. Why do the membership comprise of 2 elected members?
Up to.
It's never, up to 2. It's never been up to 2 before. It's always been an elected member and a proxy. So
We did away with proxies a while ago, so that's why we've moved it up to 2, so that there is options for 2 people like to go, because we did away with proxies years ago.
It could be any number. There'll be section 40 in Berry-Barmah Council. We have a town board committee, and there would be 4 or 5 elected members. But what you're probably always trying to find is that there would not be more elected members than community members. So it could be whatever number you strike.
Yeah.
No, not rule.
Councillor Peach.
So this came up a couple of years ago now, and I said at the time that I'd like to see it go this way. The reason for that is a conflict of interest provisions, that if you're a councillor as a member of the committee and not in your capacity as a councillor, you have a conflict of interest. So by going to 2, it means that any councillors that wish to do it have the option to do it without a conflict.
Anything else? Being nothing, I'm going to put the motion.
I'm close, yep.
All those in favour? As against, that's carried unanimously. Number 14. Now open swimming pool and caravan park minutes of their meeting held on the 30th of September. Councillor Roundtree, you moving that way?
I am.
Seconder. Discussion around those minutes.
I think they're fairly self-explanatory. No, I've got nothing more to add at this point.
Any other debate? Being none, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Number, carry about minutes, the meeting held on the 30th of September. So that, sorry, the last one was the annual general meeting. That's the different year. That's the important part. So number 15 has an additional recommendation. Trial something prior to Christmas. Councillor Peach, you moving that way?
I'll move that way, Mr Mayor.
A seconder. Roundtree, is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Hang on, if I may, Mr Mayor, is the move?
Yes.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move this. And it was a very interesting discussion. I was there for this. I wasn't able to make the AGM because I was at that Lannery meeting, but made this one. The committee members felt that doing the trial period over the entire swimming season was too long and that the data required could be gained in a shorter period of time. So that's where Councillor Roundtree's motion later in the agenda comes from, and I believe it's dealt with here, that for the first 2 months of this swimming season, we extend the morning swim to that 3.5 hours, and that we get the data from that period to then make the change after Christmas to whatever that final period is, and we'll do it in an informed way. The minutes overall, more than happy to move those, but just sort of make that comment around the recommendation that came through and where the rationale was from the committee around that they felt a shorter period of time would be more beneficial.
So my question will be, if this motion is passed, or does that supersede Councillor Roundtree's motion with notice?
Yes, and I apologise for not getting your email. So we had no power at the farm from Thursday night, so I didn't get any emails. So I agree. If this one passes, another motion.
Oh, okay. Any Councillor Arthur, sorry, you did get cut off at your needs.
I just reiterate that we've already made a decision on the opening in the morning from 7 till 9:30, 7:30 till 9:30. But why? And we've had some details given to us about 5 swimmers. So that's $100 extra every hour that we have to open. That's, you know, in the morning swims, it's going to be $300 plus an hour for that period. It has been suggested to me that if we go ahead with this motion, that we charge those people that go in the morning to swim to offset some of the cost to ratepayers in general all over the council area. So I question why we have to change what we've already decided on.
Fine question. Councillor Roundtree, you
No,
haven't spoke yet as the seconder.
Yeah, so can I just, before I speak as a seconder, answer the question about where that came from, the request to extend it?
Well, and if you have to answer it, you just speak.
Well, then.
You don't really get to answer it. You just get to speak.
Okay, so when we had the meeting, it became clear that there were a number of people that use the swimming pool from about 9 till 8:30 till 10. And then there was another group of people that want to come before work at 7. And there was a bit of a debate between the groups as to who was going to use it more and what time was going to suit them. And that's where the idea was, well, look, let's settle this once and for all and extend the time period and have a look at who is coming. And so what we need to do is accurately record. They need to sign in to say, I came at 7, I came at 8, I was here at 9:30. So we can get some data on exactly, is it only one person coming in at 7 a.m. or is it 10? And is it 10 people coming in at 9:30 or only one? We just didn't know, and there's no records of that. So to be fair to the both groups, the sort of older people who were coming in later and swimming till later, and the other people who were working going, and the young mums too that were saying, well, look, if we can come before school while the husband's there to watch our children, we'll come in and swim at 7 o'clock. We just couldn't get there at 8 when we get our kids off to school. So there was just so much we didn't know that they felt that if for a shorter period of time, if we can do a longer trial and just get that data, this puts it to bed once and for all. So ideally, we don't want to cost the council any more money with opening it for any longer than 2 hours. We just want to work out what the best 2-hour period is and who's going to benefit the most. And without everyone in the room there just saying, well, it's my group, it's this. We just needed the data. And so that was the reason behind wanting to extend it. We all got that text message about charging the Canalpin swimmers more. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even warrant an answer on that one. But anyway, I would disagree with that wholeheartedly. We don't do that to any other group. And yeah, that's all I have to say on that one. I could say more, but I'll shut up.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak for or against?
Can I just ask, Mr Mayor, when that data's collected, when will we get to see that? When will it come back to the council?
Through you, Mayor, we can do that pretty quickly once it's
January
at the end of the period, and it would come from probably the January council meeting.
Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't know, Councillor Arthur might have touched on my question, because in the section where it says financial implications, reallocation of resourcing of community facilities function, there's no actual amount in there. So there's going to be some financial implication, obviously. Is that right?
Staff will be an additional hour at this stage, not on their other duties.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Would it be possible, Mr Mayor, regarding this trial data, is the people, their arrival, what they actually do? Just paddle around in the pool or swim? So we know what is actually being used at times. I know why, because we know what it's used for. Anyway.
So you're there, are you?
Yep, I've been there many times.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know what you're quite saying, councillor.
What do you do at the swimming pool? You swim,
Are
mate?
you just watching
Well, do
swimmers?
Right. Take that as a piece of mirth. That'd be good. Okay, anyone else? All right. The motion is as it reads still, I believe. I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried. Councillor Arthur voted against it. All other councillors voted for it. 16, Audit and Risk Committee minutes of a special meeting held on the 7th of October. There's recommendation, councillors. Councillor Peachey moving.
You move, Mr Mayor.
There's seconder, Councillor Bland. Any discussion around those minutes? Councillor Arthur,
Mr Mayor, just reading,
you just
reading
me
the
up.
minutes, I'm sort of a little bit confused about, as I've got a question on about what the actual audit committee does. Because within the community loan application, Meninga Community Sports Ground, there's that many ducks and drakes in it. You know, you could, on this hand it'll be all right, but on that hand it won't be. So, you know, I just,
It's a long time.
maybe one day we can sit down and the CEO can show us what this committee actually does, because
But a question later in the council
risk
agenda.
audit means to look at your books, and risk means to tell you what you're risking. And I'm damned if I think this, as far as informing me as an elected member.
Your opinions on the committee's activities are noted, councillor. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Arthur, are you?
Got to vote for it, eh?
No, you don't have to vote for it. No, but it's carried. I'm declaring it unanimous. You're giving me a similar hand signal to what Councillor O'Hara gave me earlier. That's issues. Number 17, governance of work and policy review working. Notes of the meeting held on the 9th of September. There's a recommendation. Councillors, did I see any hands or I'll just, Councillor Peach, thank you. Is there a seconder? Do we need a seconder in this business? Councillor Roundtree, thank you. Any discussion?
Could I just have just one quick question?
Yep.
Mr Mayor,
Question?
does this mean we were able to reduce the number in our H&R department? Because this committee is actually doing the work.
This committee's doing the reviewing.
Reviewing.
That's what it's doing. It's reviewing the backlog of policies that have accumulated over time, councillor. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to declare that motion. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, councillors. Governance and Working Party Group notes the meeting held on the 23rd of September. Someone again, please. Councillors Peach and Bland, thank you. Is there any discussion? No discussion.
Mr Mayor, just that, I'm on the right one, I think.
Number 18.
Working group, yeah. One of the, down the bottom was the, what councillor Bland was talking about was numbering, curbside numbering of that. This was something that was supposed to have been done many, many years ago to help the emergency services, and that's when, well, part of this council did it, I think, or we all did it, as a matter of fact, with all the iron droppers with the 1,000 and, yeah, how far it was. There was street numbers painted here.
I
Yeah.
remember it.
On curbs.
Yeah, so is it now the responsibility of
It's
the
awful.
landowner or the responsibility of council to do those, to update them?
Who wants to have a go at answering that?
Mr Mayor, this refers to curbside as in on the concrete, on the edge of the curb.
Within built up areas.
Correct. And it was never council's responsibility. It used to be predominantly Lions that did it for a fee as a fundraising opportunity. And that's why you'll see some streets with addresses missing, because those residents didn't want to pay.
Didn't know Alliance did it on behalf of the council?
That's not my understanding of how it was done.
So
So
whether they did many years ago. And all the iron droppers out, all,
iron droppers is a separate matter though, in terms of those numbers.
they were council. I think it's so far from the post office.
So the rural addressing process.
Well, I'm just asking the question here. If one of the things is displaying a property on identification numbers, whose responsibility is it?
Well, I would say it is not council's, would be my guess, but, and there'd be some privacy issues for several people in terms of it in town, I would be suggesting. And the rural ones were put out as a one big program, if you remember, including, I think, you can still ask,
on program, yeah.
you can still ask for even a cattle yard driveway or something, I believe. Joel?
Through the mayor, I think it needs to be can't just be a random allotment. It's got to be an established property with either a house or a
Some snippet structure.
yeah to gain a rural property addressing. In terms of the township, there'd be no requirement from council to there'd be no requirement. And probably concur with the mayor that, you know, there'd be certain residents that do have an issue with it because they may not want their address known publicly or other. That's a personal choice. So, that said, I would like to think that most people use Google Maps on their phone now and they know exactly where they're pointing.
Hang on.
Yeah, they're looking
Hang
at
on.
my roof right now for something.
Well, it did amaze me when it had to be done. And you go to Adelaide and hardly any of it's done. Oh, Adelaide, you can't.
I think you've answered your own argument, but I think it's not compulsory.
Their numbers are actually often on the turning signs, so if it says Smith Street, it'll go from 0 to,
Yeah.
from 1 to 20 on that street.
On the sign post.
It at least gets them in the right
Yep.
area on the signpost.
Yep.
We don't.
Okay. That was your question, Gats. I don't know if you got. Is there anything else around that subject, councillors? It's not, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Right, we get to information reports, councillors. We get to start them before the 1 o'clock lunch. Number 11.1, Office of the Chief Executive Officers, a report there. Can someone move the recommendation, please? Councillors Qualman and O'Hara, I think I saw. There's questions. Councillor Roundtree, sorry.
Under the community development, so is there any work being done to help the Yamali Hall people with their outstanding acquittals? I know this was an overdue one.
Through you, Mayor, ongoing.
Ongoing, okay.
They're aware of it.
Okay, that's my question, so you know what's going on. And there was a comment made about council promoting the Canalpin Library. What sort of work's being underdone with promoting the Canalpin Library?
For you, Mayor, I'm going to have to take that on notice. If you want specifics about what that is.
Yeah,
I think
I wasn't sure what that means.
I'd take a guess and say it might be Facebook and some social media, but I can give you a more fulsome answer.
And also under community development, I just want to say that the LAP work that's been done has been amazing. Like the amount of stuff that's out there for the farmers has been truly wonderful. So congratulations to that group. And the other question I had is under meetings attended by the CEO, just wanting to understand what the Local Government Champions for Gender Equity Working Group is.
So that's through you, Mayor, sorry, that's a group of CEOs that's been in existence now probably for, I want to say about 2 or 3 years. And there were some vacancies on the committee and I was invited just to attend. And basically it is to look at gender equity across local government. If you look in local government, generally outdoor staff are very male dominated, internal staff are very female dominated, and it's really to look at this, are there some systemic issues or is there something else that we could do that maybe could provide some gender equity there?
Okay, no worries. And the only other was with the financial reporting, so this is the second month we haven't had financials. So we don't even get basic income expenditure. What's the hold up?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. There's no hold up. They're just doing the end of year. So the first report, financial report, will come next month, which is then basically the whole summation of the end of year position. They're just working on that now. It's not about.
It's just that they're very busy doing end of year, have no time to do the months, right?
I think Finance Committee has we're on the agenda for that fairly soon, if I.
Correct.
Yep. As a first point of call on that. Councillor Roundtree, you're done, I presume?
I'm done, yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Meetings attended the September the 22nd meeting with Adelaide Benevolent Society, Tarn Bend.
At a function that I was at, I met the CEO of the Benevolent Society, and she, that's the society that runs the retirement facilities here. And we were talking about 10th Street and what our plans for around that. And she said, well, next time she was in Tarn Bend, she would meet with us. And so she did. And we were just talking about what our plans were from a council perspective, and whether there would be an interest from a society such as hers around that type of activity. So it was really about just making contact and finding out what they did.
Interesting. Thank you.
Other questions, councillors?
Just a quick one, Mr Mayor. Why aren't the figures available from the power sites from the caravan park again? This seems to be every other month where
there's 2 or 3
missing out.
that are on the agenda.
Is that we're not onto that report yet, Nick? Is that right?
In terms of usage.
Yeah, in terms of usage. Well, we'll have to get back to you, Councillor.
Take that on notice.
Okay, anyone else? I haven't put the recommendation yet. I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Arthur, I'm presuming you voted for it. I didn't see you.
Sorry?
Did you vote for that?
Did I?
Receive
Vote.
and note the report.
Yeah.
Very kind of you. Okay, can I move on? I'm well aware of time, councillors. We're also aware, just looking at the weather map, that we're about to get clobbered with rain, and I just don't know how that's going to work. We are due to be at the community house at Tarn Bend at 1:30. That's what we're just watching. Let's move to the second one, though, just for another minute or two. I'm presuming, Joel, you'll be available a bit later in the day because we're going to be missing for a while. Community and Corporate Information Report 11.1. Questions? Councillor Roundtree, sorry, your questions, yes.
Thank you. Yes, this is under customer service statistics. So there's a nice graph there. Does the 44 outstanding requests that are showing in July include the outstanding requests for the previous financial year, or were they brought forward into July?
To you, Mayor, it's cumulative. It's,
Cumulative, so
let me
all of
think.
those numbers are cumulative
44 is what's actually outstanding.
in July. Okay, so then does that mean outstanding in August 94, that's a cumulative of the 44 and it just keeps going up?
So your last figure is what's actually outstanding.
Okay, so with the September numbers, there's 50 in progress and 88 outstanding. Is that a total of 138 actual requests, or should that be read as 50 of the 88 are outstanding?
The total, adding the two together.
It's 138, right?
Other questions in this report, councillor Peach?
Just regarding the dog and cat renewal, how many are still outstanding, and do we chase that up, or is that Cats and Dogs that does that?
I think it's a combination of both, but we can, I don't know what's outstanding, councillor Peach, and I'm sure the director doesn't
Don't have
know.
our hands up.
It's not my area.
No.
But.
Oh, sorry, we moved the staff member.
Today.
Michael Vivian does actually chase them up.
Yep.
So, yeah, I wasn't sure how that relationship worked now that they do all the mail outs.
Just really be the platform and.
Yep.
That's,
Take the
and
money.
yeah.
And take your money.
Fair enough.
Any other questions in this report? I need a mover and seconder, please. That says Roundtree and Coleman, thank you. Any further questions before we? Okay, the motion, all those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Councillors, I'm going to adjourn the meeting till after the CEO performance review. I think that's all I can, because I think that really's got to go ahead of that. Is that specified? And we are going to have lunch now and go to the community house at 1:30. If it's raining, we'll so be it, I suppose. And we're there till what, 2:15, and we've put them off a couple of times, so we'd like to go to that, please. So we have to have a reason for adjournment. Someone move that way, please. Councillors Coleman and Peach. To adjourn to a time or just to adjourn to after?
3:30? So we're just thinking.
Yeah, go for 3:30. Everyone understand that? All those in favour? Against, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you again for the East Wellington Water. It's been hard work.
We all thought we should go to the pub, May.
Think so.
We might have to go back. Yeah, I'll upload the recorded version. Yeah.
Right, thank you, everyone. Welcome back, public. Restart at 3:55 by the look of that, and we move to 11.3, Roads and Infrastructure Information Report. There's a recommendation, councillor. Someone prepared to move it? Councillors Rountree and Qualman. Is there questions that are in this report? Councillors?
Not necessarily a question, but just thank you for the report and all the photos. It's so cool to see all the work happening. So thank you, team, for putting that together.
Question?
Yes.
That is the the facilities operations, stone wall in front of the new toilets here in Railway Terrace. What happened?
Yeah.
It's not that old.
To take that on notice, I was getting that question, but yeah, sorry, I don't have answer for it.
Okay.
I don't know whether some of the stonework came loose or not.
And who's responsible under any?
Yeah.
We'll take it on notice and we'll get back to you with the full answer, councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions in the report, councillors? Being none? I haven't put the motion yet. I'm going to put the motion yet. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. 12.1. Councillor Arthur is unfortunately left, so questions. The questions there are with notice and they have been answered. So both 12.1 and 12.2, 12.1, the two questions. I suppose the record just shows they were there and we've answered them. That's the long and the short of that. Questions without notice, councillors. Is there any? Writing down, none. Move to 13.1, establishment of a section 41 committee. Councillor Peach, you wish to move it as it reads?
Happy to do so at this stage, Mr Mayor.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Rountree, going to lead, councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've tried to keep this in a suggestion form when putting it forward, and that's why it's got councillors 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. I think we need to start moving on the health services in the council area, and we haven't been seen to be doing anything for the last few months, and I think it's important that we actually get the ball rolling. Acknowledging the comments from the acting CEO at the time that we do have that workshop coming up on the 18th of November. So I'm happy to seek the council and my other fellow councillors around how we proceed with this, but I'm just keen to get something on the books, get the ball rolling, look at developing in terms of reference, and actually get some action happening that can hopefully carry through the next council election, and by having some community members on there and council members, that we actually have a pathway forward with some corporate knowledge through that process. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Rountree, the seconder.
I think even after today's conversation that we had at the health centre, that just really strengthens the need for something like this to happen. I think we've been talking about it a while, and what I find is without a dedicated group just focusing on these things, it tends to just never be the most highest priority. So I would like to see us get something underway in the short term to just keep pushing this along, because we have to do something. It's now been, what, 2 years? And we haven't made any progress. Well, I shouldn't say any.
Meaningful progress.
And meaningful progress. We're making bits of progress, but we need to make something a bit more meaningful. Yeah.
Right. Anyone else wish to add to this debate? Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm totally supportive and I thank Councillor Beach for bringing this up. More the merrier. We need some more strength, more energy to take on our dwindling health services. And while we've got some authorities do their best, I think council can dip in and try to attend to this, what is lacking and to improve and get it back to how it was originally. So I'm going to vote for this, totally supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yep.
Councillor Bland.
I'm supportive of it as well. I don't think we can mark time on this. We've met with obviously a number of, we haven't, but our CEO has. Basically, I think they sidestep us with a little bit of information, but never enough action. And nobody wants to challenge it the further out you get. We're not the only area in, you know, the further afield you get, the less services you get, the harder they are to deliver. We heard that today as well. And I think the important thing for the Coorong Council area now is that where it started at Tintinara and Canalpin, it's going to move across to Menengi and up to Tailem Bend at some point, purely because, as you heard today, most of them were provided by GP practices and can't even get the stats for what is needed. Talking recently, many services that were previously delivered, even in the Menengi area, now are not coming as well. We know that that doesn't happen, and I suspect if we didn't have the Tailem Bend Community House, there'd be very little being delivered here. In fact, they're well serviced because of that, and it's instead of health. But the others don't enjoy that. So we must keep moving forward.
Mr Mayor, if I may.
To nearly close.
No.
Yep.
In terms of how we move forward with this motion, before we do close, I think clarifying the number of community members, but the way I'd anticipate is that we look to form a term of reference and we go out to our community very early to seek expressions of interest to join the committee, so that we can actually get that ball rolling. And whether we refine that again at the next council meeting around the scope, I'm more than happy to look at that, which will be after that workshop. But that's how I would envisage this going forward, that terms of reference and expressions of interest to community would be the next step.
I'm represented from PAC.
Okay. Anything else? Well, you've effectively closed, to be quite blunt. So the motion is as it reads in the agenda. I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Next item, around Tintinara Silos project. Did I see some other information about who told me that they might come and present these children?
Yes, so if I may, before we get to the motion, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
There are two students from the Tintinara school. They were on a school camp today, which is why they couldn't do today. But they would look to do a presentation to the next council meeting. They're not seeking financial support from council. They're seeking in-principle support. And how this is auspiced is still a conversation. Councillor Roundtree and I had a very good and constructive meeting with them around how they can work forward to get this idea of theirs off the ground. I had a call from somebody from Viterra a couple of days ago on a commercial matter when I thought they were calling about this, but I have the direct phone number for the person that does the silo art approval from that call, so I can pass that on. They're now called Bunge.
Does council need to be involved is probably the broad question here.
Well, I think in terms of getting some information around how to proceed with the permission and also helping with some grant, because there's definitely going to have to be grants to get this off the ground. I think that's where council can assist.
So these aren't adults, they're obviously children, and they're going to need some assistance with putting together information and or seeking a grant. And I guess they're coming to council and they've approached Jonathan and I, as he said, but we feel this is something rather than him and I doing it, there should actually be something maybe council can help with in the community services group.
And I think, if I'm honest, that they'll look to come alongside a community group at Tintinara to help auspice it, and that's probably a step after this. But in the first instance, it's a question of can we do it? And that was where they were looking to council to help answer that question.
So Tammy could help with the students. we'd have to be a little cautious given they're not adults in terms of what they want. They would need, as Councillor Roundtree said, somebody to auspice the grant because they won't get it as, first of all, a loose collection of people rather than a recognised group. And I suppose the risk, not the risk, but Tammy could work with them in terms of what they need to do next. And then the auspicing body, 9 times out of 10, Tammy will know who those people are anyway. So the risk, I suppose, is that if council sets up an expectation in those two young people's minds that somehow council will also be responsible for the costs involved at some point.
And if I may, Mr. Ware, Councillor Roundtree and I are very clear in stressing that this is about asking for in-principle support, that council would be supportive of the project and assisting in that first port of call. And then after that, it was going to have to be getting somebody else in the community alongside grants and that sort of process.
The comments then in the letter of support would be around things like council supports the beautification of the community through the artwork. However, the final decision in terms of permission is the owner of the silos. Yeah. Do they understand how much those silos cost to paint?
Did it before it canal.
As long as they know that.
Yeah, they seem to have a bit of an idea that it's going to be very, very expensive.
Yes.
But and that's why they're not saying they want it done, and they probably won't even get it done before they finish school. But they want to start the process and I guess be seen to be doing something to beautify their community, and however long that takes is however long it takes. And if a grant's available, even better. But it will probably be end up being something that maybe even Trade or the Action Club or some other group down there that gets involved with them once we've got approval. But they felt that the council asking or seeking approval to have this done would probably carry more weight than perhaps the school asking or another group. And also they probably don't want to go to another group yet until they know that they can definitely do it, because if the first answer is no, then nothing else matters after that.
Sorry, I just want to be clear that Tammy would help them work out who to talk to. I'm not sure council would be asking for the approval.
Right.
I think if it's about a development opportunity for these young people as well, we can hold their hand through it. But I think it's probably more important that they ask for approval. We can set it up and that, but if council asks for approval, it's a different set of pressures on an organisation than if two young people do. And I understand why that might be useful.
Yeah.
But I think there's just an element of risk. But I think Tammy can hold their hand through the process.
Just help write the letter, perhaps.
I think the motion as it stands probably still allows for that it's about providing in principle support and first engagement.
Yep.
Which I think is where,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it may be an easy opportunity just to ask Karoonda how they got their silos painted, because that's probably the most recent one.
They got a grant. We know how much they cost.
Yeah, they would have had a process that might be easy to have a look at what they did. Of them, ours is a little bit, what was done here was done with council at Canalpin, so that's not what we're talking about. So would appear not to be the same.
Tammy's definitely, it's definitely across what's happened in Karoonda and Lameroo Penaroo as well. Yep.
Any chance we can turn the air conditioning down a bit? Isn't it?
It's bloody cold.
Freezing, fans won't even work. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to move yet. Councillor Roundtree, you're going to move?
Yes, I was.
You're a seconder. Councillor Peach. Is there any further discussion? There's been a bit of information there.
Mr. Mayor, I think I think the motion fits what the CEO has discussed, and we'll continue to engage with the two students around this. And one of the things that both Councillor Roundtree and I stressed when meeting with them, that this is their vision, they need to take it forward, and that they need to be the ones that take ownership of what it looks like, how they're going to drive it. So it's really just about trying to empower them to get it done.
Okay. I've got a mover and a second if there's no one else. I'm going to put the motion. It is as it reads, as the Councillor Roundtree was moved. All those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Councillor Roundtree number 3 is, I think, not required. Is that?
I'm happy to
withdraw or it's not moved, because that is the way. 13.2, motions without notice, councillors. There is none. Number 14, minute action list. Councillors, minute action list, anything in there you wish? No. There is one outstanding action list which has been completed this morning, I'm told.
Which was the signing of the Bendigo Bank contract.
Oh, terrific. And if I may, Mr Mayor, while we're on that, the Mallee Highway intersection, see we've now got approval.
Sorry?
Yes. Subject to the process things.
Through the mayor now, all of DIT's requirements are now been met and we've got a signage order in and just programming the work. So, but from a DIT perspective, we've gotten a full clearance to undertake the small items that we so wish to.
That's
Other questions, councillors? There is none. I don't. Move on to 15. So, for those watching the live stream, please be advised the meeting is about to move into confidence and the live stream will stop. For those who wish to view the end of the meeting, the video will be available on YouTube after today's meeting.